So as soon as you have that, if you just put the link into chat. Okay, I see it. Let me just check it. Okay, this is correct. This is what I needed. Thank you. Okay, so part 1.
For the presentation, I have to Bildschirm freigeben, and then you have the picture of from my presentation.
Say that again. Sorry, Walter.
Yeah, I have a lousy memory. To present my PowerPoint, what I have to do, I think I have to open my screen.
I have your PowerPoint. Do you want me to share?
Maybe I do it by myself, or
yes, you can do it. You have to share.
Yeah. In which way I have to do this? I think.
So at the bottom, if you see the green button, share screen.
Yeah.
So if you click that, yeah, you will be able to share your screen wherever your PowerPoint is.
Yes, then I try to put it on. My PowerPoint is now on the table, on the screen.
No, just now you can't put, because when your turn comes, you can put it.
But then I have only to press on this because of
yes.
Okay.
Yes.
I made also half minute shorter.
Well done.
Okay.
We are on live now.
That's no problem.
Yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Renuka, for being part of this event. I hope the audience which is coming will be big, because I make a lot of promotion, and especially for the YouTube, of course, because I think it's the best accessible.
Can you put the new YouTube link? We have changed. We had some technical problems. So
yeah.
in the chat, new YouTube link.
Dr. Renuka, if I may just show you what I've done, just so you can see, then I can lead you to this, because this is working
Yes,
now.
please.
Okay. So the first test is this is now appearing in the auditorium.
Perfect.
And this is the live stream here that you can see.
Yes.
Okay, so this is streaming live, even though people won't be coming into the event, hopefully for another 10 minutes or so. Okay,
yes.
Now, if I go back to the main page, I've now linked Breaking Boundaries, which is the main auditorium, to that page. And if you click on it, it brings people here. Okay. So this is now working. People can sit and watch, and it's working as it should be. And that's all. Okay, so this is ready to go. And I'm just I'll leave this right now. I think you have my WhatsApp. I'll private message you.
So just one thing, Thomas.
Yeah.
So this, what you showed us is being relayed in the YouTube. That is what you are saying?
Yeah, YouTube. That's right. So we're going from Zoom to YouTube into the auditorium on Sparkle, and that's working now. I've just tested it.
Do we need to do anything from here at all?
No, when people come to the events, if they click on the main venue, they will go to the auditorium, which is this space, and they will be able to see what's on this page. Okay. But the only thing is, it's good on a different computer, or perhaps someone else can just check from time to time. I'll just give you the link. Check from time to time that it's working, but just make sure that you mute YouTube if you look at this page, otherwise there might be audio feedback. Okay, that's all. So should be
do I need to go on the Sparkle at all?
Not right now, but it's always good that people are paying attention. So just ask the people helping you to just pay attention.
All right.
That will help it go smoothly. Okay,
perfect,
so you have my cell phone, and I'll drop off now, and I'll just do some final checks. Okay.
Yes, thank you very much.
Okay. Good luck all, and I hope you have a very great conference.
Thank you very much, Thomas. Thank you. This is the person who organized everything. Thank you.
Thank you, Thomas, for the good work.
Thank you for doing these things as well.
So Adini, if you can just keep an eye on this Sparkle space, that we are looking good there. It is in the chat. You stay here, but you can have another Google link or something.
You made me a host.
Sorry?
you made me a co-host?
Yes, yes. You stay here. Just, I was wondering whether you can open your another Google. See this.
Yes, yes, I've opened it. I can see.
All
Yeah,
right.
it's on
Okay,
Sparkle.
that's
Yeah, I will just mute it so that it doesn't distort us.
perfect.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Yeah.
One question, Dr. Renuka. You
Yes,
said that
please.
the other link will not work, but I was looking at the YouTube original link and it is working. And it is, I think it is important that it will work because
No, we just changed now. Initially it was working, but it didn't work for Sparkle, so we just saved it now.
Because all the promotion which was made on all the social media linked the people to the original one. And I cannot update all the links. It is impossible.
All right, so probably it may work. I don't know. Yeah.
At the moment it works. So at least the countdown is running there properly. So I hope
Perfect.
it will work because it will increase the audience. So let's see. And I wish all the speaker, of course, all of us, good luck. And I am sure it will be very interesting event.
Yeah.
Waalaikumsalam.
Good evening, Dr. Renuka.
Good evening. Good evening.
Good evening. Hello, Dr. Renuka.
Yes.
Good evening.
Good evening. Good evening. Thank you.
How are you? Okay, thank you.
I'm just doing something, so I'm busy slightly. Wait a second.
Okay.
Making sure everything is working.
Morning, everyone. Good morning, Dr. Renuka.
Good morning.
Good morning,
Morning.
Dr. Walter. And the rest.
Morning.
Then Dean Merlita from the Philippines. Yeah, John. Hi, John Perez from Taiwan. Yeah, good to see you here.
Good evening, Sir Ernie. Madam Renuka.
Good
Good
morning.
evening. Good evening.
This is early morning, chilly morning here in Ottawa, in Canada. John, hello.
Hello, everybody.
Hi, buddy. How are you?
Not too bad, not too bad. Good to see you all here.
Thank you. Yeah, nice to hear you. Yeah. And Ashish and Michael, how are you? Very nice development in your project, eh?
I hope so. That will be even nicer in a few minutes. But you will start, so I think that all the speeches which are here are so interesting that we will deliver. I wrote it on LinkedIn. This conference will deliver what COP26 was missing. Answers and solutions.
Yeah.
And this is what we will. So I do believe the audience will be strong, and listen carefully.
Well said, Michael.
Okay, we are only 4 minutes away. Yeah, it's an amazing view from Sparkle. Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Good afternoon, good evening from wherever you are joining today for GSFN 2021, Global Sustainable Futures Progress Through Partnership Network Annual Conference. I'm Dr. Renuka from University College of Estate Management. I'm founder of GSFN and I'm research officer at UCM. I'm based in Reading, UK. It is a great pleasure to have such an extraordinary group together today online on this Breaking Boundaries room of sparkle.com. And of course, I know some of you might be joining by YouTube or by Sparkle or by Zoom link. Whichever the channel you are joining today, we will be seeing about 200 coordinators from 80 countries today. And that makes that I would like to tell that our gracious hosts are, and our sponsor are University College of Estate Management. And the gracious supporters are sparkle.com and Turo Television, Uganda. And I'm very grateful to the co-host and many, many friends and all the partners turning to this conference or from all over the world. So first of all, so this is my contribution or gratefulness to UCM, Sparkle, and Turo.com, Turo TV. I'm also very grateful to the principal of UCM, who is Ashley Witten, University of, sorry, this is a wrong name, University College of Estate Management. And I'm also very thankful to the sponsor and the award presenter, Executive Director, Research, Innovation and Partnerships, UCEM. And thank you very much for all the supporters. And while we have this gracious host, I would like you to tell or request you to be gracious guest and listen to this some of the event's housekeeping rules. This session is public and it is streamed on YouTube and Trudeau Television. Keep your mic muted unless you take the floor to speak. Feel free to introduce yourself through the chat function. And we will be saving this chat and we will be spreading your word to everyone. You can ask questions from the chat function and whatever, if you want to meet one-to-one, there is a provision of going out of this Zoom meeting and getting into the another Zoom meeting for one-to-one meeting. There are also 2 workshops hosted today along with this conference, this breaking room, and you can go to the another Zoom link, which is called Activating Home. And if you have entered to the Sparkle, you can go to the another room, which is called Activating Home. And the room for one-to-one meeting is called Prefrontal Engagement. So enjoy your day, engaging with people and mobilizing your knowledge. I would also like to thank Patricia, Dr. Patricia Legunda, and my dear friend Dr. Francio Santos, and Kuhuk N and Professor Jos Usen, who are also a part of my delivery team, and the organizing team at the Belgian University, and their generous support in hosting this Shaping Sustainable Futures Together series, and which is one of the most attended and interactive educational seminar series on sustainability. So today we have come together to co-create sustainable knowledge infrastructure and mobilizing the power of transformative innovation, policy and practices for societal and environmental challenges. That is to bridge between the divides between academics and practitioners and more early career researchers, startups, leaders, individuals with different perspectives, talking face to face or video to video, as it happens to be in this COVID continues to shine a spotlight here on the world's disparities. Our work is to build strong partnerships from north to south and to take even greater urgency and importance the battle against something that literally could destroy the world that we are living in. So later in the program, you will listen to Professor Walter Koffler. What changes does the world need to see coming out of this COVID pandemic? And I think you will find the fascinating answers around from many of our speakers. There are plenty, but one answer is to the question that is something that has come out of this COP26 in Scotland earlier last month, which it comes to be reducing emissions. And we know that we need to do that. And many of us or plenty of us are doing it, but we need to do that fast, and at fast urgency is missing. And everybody needs to do it. And that is what is missing. And I won't go into these details because I know that Dr. Ernesto Cordello is speaking on this. So this is the first gathering of our Global Sustainable Futures Network. And it is a great opportunity. It is a great opportunity to build on momentum coming out of the Scotland and have an extraordinary growth group here, which I would like you to invite and get together and mobilize our knowledge here. And I know we have the individuals from prestigious universities and also from Asia, Africa, Europe, North and South America. And you can learn from each other and we can learn from each other. And I am looking forward to these discussions today. Now I will allow or welcome Ashley Wilton to tell some welcome notes to us. So.
Well, hi everyone. My name is Ashley Wheaton, and I'd like to welcome you to this Global Sustainable Futures Networking Conference. I'm really sorry that I can't join you in person today, but I did want to share a little bit of information about UCEM and also wish you well with the opportunity to share in this important network with your colleagues the experiences and the best practices, which of course will form a very important part of how this network helps to address the issue, which of course is so important right now, of sustainability. UCM itself was founded nearly 102 years ago, really with a central purpose to educate and qualify those professions that can support the land, real estate and construction. And of course, we have a model which supports doing that for students who are typically in full-time work as well. So our model has always been and will always remain one which is highly flexible and which allows our students to study flexibly, balancing study with work and with family life as well. Of course, more latterly, over the last 10 years, we've focused very substantially on moving our offer to an exclusively online model. And of course, with that comes naturally our ability to be even more sustainable as a university. As we don't have a campus, we don't ask our students to participate in face-to-face sessions. And whilst we recognise that, of course, even a digital footprint has with it a carbon footprint, we believe we have high ambition to be and to remain the world's most sustainable university. Delighted that you're taking the opportunity to join today. There are lots of opportunities, I believe, to bring together stakeholders from academia, from industry and from businesses to talk about a sustainable global future, to be open in the discussion and ultimately to be transformative with the promise of leaving no one behind in the 2030 agenda for sustainable development and the UN Sustainable Development Goals. So I wish you all a successful and enjoyable time together. As I say, I'm very sorry I can't join the conversations. At UCM, we are entirely committed to sustainability. And in fact, in the next year or so, you will see even more opportunities from us to enhance and develop the necessary skills for built environment professionals worldwide to make a huge impact and a huge difference in terms of the built environment's contribution to both environmental challenges and the carbon net zero agenda, as well as the wider definition of a sustainable built environment which is fit for purpose for future generations. So enjoy your conference today. Thank you so much for participating and I wish you all a really engaging and successful discussion. Thank you very much.
So now I will welcome Dr. Ernesto Cordello to please commence his keynote speech. You are muted, Ernesto.
Okay. Good day, global coordinators, global sustainable futures through partnerships, guests and colleagues. Dr. Renuka, Takore, our energetic, mission-driven, global sustainable future founder. Thank you for setting a very encouraging theme, co-creating sustainable knowledge infrastructure and mobilizing the power of transformative innovation policy and practices for societal and environmental challenges. To our chief guest principal, Mr. Ashley Wheaton from University College of Estate Management, thank you very much for the sponsorship. UCEM, the home of flexible, accessible, and world-class online learning for the built environment. Thank you again. Let me quickly share with you, at the same time happening today, in Oslo, Norway, the Norwegian Nobel Committee awarding the Nobel Peace Prize for 2021 to our very own Maria Ressa of the Philippines and Dmitry Muratov from Russia for their efforts to safeguard the freedom of expression, which is a precondition for democracy and lasting peace, which we all aspire. Special mention also to my esteemed colleagues from the Philippines, Dr. Patricia Bilagunda, President of Baliwag University, to the Dean of Business, Bulacan State University, Professor Emerlita Nagiat, and Graduate School Professor and Research Director, Dr. Francis Santos of De La Salle University. To formally start at this point, I respectfully acknowledge that I'm located on the ancestral, traditional, and unceded indigenous territory of the Algonquin peoples in Ottawa, Ontario, Canada, on whose territory we live, pray, and work. I extend thanks, honor, and respect to my host. Today, I will be talking about the challenges after the Conference of the Parties, or better known as COP26, and the GSF initiatives. The long-awaited UN climate change of COP26 Climate Summit in Glasgow has ended, making significant progress in several areas, but not enough. As the result, the world remained off track to beat the climate crisis. Recognizing the urgency of the challenge, ministers from all over the world agreed that countries should come back next year to submit more vital 2013 emission reduction to close the gap to limiting global warmings to 1.5 degrees Celsius or 2.7 degrees Fahrenheit. Ministers also agreed that developed countries should urgently deliver more resources to help climate vulnerable countries adapt to the dangerous and costly consequences of climate change that we are all feeling already, from dwindling crop yields to devastating storms. Beyond the Glasgow Climate Pact at COP26, countries also made bold collective commitments to curb methane emissions, halt and reverse forest loss, align the finance sector with net zero by 2050, ditch the international combustion engine, accelerate the phase out of coal, and end international financing for fossil fuels. This is just to name a few. Again, Glasgow was a platform for launching innovative sectoral partnership. Sounds familiar to our very own Global Sustainable Future Partnerships. And new funding to support this, to reshape every economic sector at the scale necessary to deliver a net zero future. Despite the significant headway on several fronts, national climate and financing commitment still fell far short of what is needed to come grips with the climate challenge. Here is a summary of where things landed at COP26. I'm here to identify an environmental problem and suggest a few measures to enhance collective global action for its resolution. Based on the stated mission of the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, the ultimate objective, as mandated, is to reduce or minimize greenhouse gas effects at a specific level that will prevent dangerous influence on climate change. The main culprit of this GHG concentration in the atmosphere, majority, is the fossil fuel. The most significant greenhouse gas emission from human activities. Example in the United States are burning fossil fuel for electricity, heat, and transportation. Among the top issues at the close of COP26 last month is how developing country, majority of us, will afford the expense of getting rid or giving up something like the more economical fossil fuel in favor of renewable energy. With the adoption of more clean and efficient resources to thwart the inevitable effects of global warming. Hence, increasing international finance, better known as climate finance. It should be intensified and enhanced. Half of these finances should be directed and allocated to climate action programs or initiatives. I propose that some of this should be allocated to research such as ours. Climate finance will close the emission gap to keep the global temperature rising to no more than 1.5 degrees Celsius. Through quick action, more significant and strategic emission cuts, and net zero commitment of all countries worldwide. The gain of interdependence action to climate change is to make the possibility of success more reachable and actionable. Climate finance, as loosely defined, refers to local, national, or transnational financing which emanates from the public, private, and alternative sources of funding that seek to support mitigation and adoption that will address climate change. Further, the call is for more financial assistance from parties with more financial resources to share with those less endowed and vulnerable developing countries. It recognizes that countries' share of climate change and their capacity to prevent it and cope with its consequences vary enormously. Did developing countries get the financial support they did? In Glasgow Climate Pact, it was noted with deep regret they are not getting any. The goal in 2022 showed that the total climate finance reached 79.6 billion in 2019. However, the COP26 outcome made clear that still countries are still on the hook to fulfill this goal as soon as possible and stipulates that those countries must report on their project. Countries also agreed to robust process to develop a new larger climate finance goal to go into effect after 2025. They identified a wide range of options to ensure inclusive and robust technical process to develop this new goal. The Adaptation Fund reached unprecedented level of contribution with new pledges of $356 million that represent almost 3 times its mobilization target for 2022. The Least Developed Countries Fund, which supports climate change adoption in the world's least developed country, received a record $413 million in new contribution. Although more money is needed to help developing countries increase their resilience to the effect of climate change, this progress was warmly welcomed by developing countries in Glasgow. These countries also came to Glasgow hoping to create a clear plan to develop guidance on the collective assessment of projects toward the goal on adaptation, a vital component of the Paris Agreement. As a result, COP26 adopted the Glasgow Work Program for the GGA. Between 2022 and 2024, it will help improve progress assessments toward the adaptation goal and enable its implementation through regular workshops and methodology to assess progress. COP also took steps to help developing countries access good quality finance options. For example, they are encouraging multilateral institutions to consider further the links between climate vulnerabilities and the need for concessional financial resources for developing countries, such as securing grants rather than loans to avoid increasing their debt burden. Many climate vulnerable countries advocated to create a new finance facility dedicated to loss and damages, but that faced pushback by developed nations such as the USA. So instead, countries landed on creating a new dialogue dedicated to discussing possible arrangement for loss and damage funding. While this is grossly insufficient, it doesn't offer space to develop concrete solutions that can lead to more progress on financing years ahead. Financial pledges from Scotland and Belgium, Euro 2 million or equivalent to $2.6 million and Euro 1 million or equivalent to $1.1 million to address loss and damages were the first of their kind and very welcome. As well as similar commitment by various philanthropies. Countries also agreed to operational the fund, the Santiago Network on Loss and Damages, established in Madrid and catalyzed the technical assistance developing countries need to address the loss and damages effectively. Did negotiator agree to rule that maintain the integrity ambition of the Paris Agreement? As negotiators agreed, many of the rules underpinning the Paris Agreement implementation were adopted in 2018. However, decisions on few outstanding issues have remained on the table with important implications for pursuing climate. Let me officially report to you, global research leaders. And here's what negotiators decided on 3 critical topics. 1, the international carbon market. After 5 years of negotiation, the world's government settled on the rules for the global carbon market under the Paris Agreements, Article 6, one of the most contentious issues in recent years. The negotiation tried to balance, finally reaching an agreement on the rules while ensuring they did not undermine climate ambition, but instead maintain environmental and social integrity. At COP27, negotiators must put stringent guidelines in place to ensure any of these older credits represent real emission reduction and not just hot air. Second, common time frame. In Glasgow, countries were encouraged to use standard time frames for their national climate commitment. It means that new countries put forward in 2025 should have an end date of 2035. Paris Agreement's 5 cycle to strengthen the plans. However, the use of the term encourage rather than stronger languages may weaken the impact of this decision. And thirdly, transparency, which is very encouraging. All countries agreed to submit information about their emission and financial, technological, and capacity building support using a common and standardized set of formats and tables. It will make reporting more transparent, consistent, and comparable. Moreover, it is boon for the global community to better hold countries accountable of what they say and what they will do. Where do we go from here? COP26 has affirmed just how essential collective global action is to address the climate crisis in a time marked by uncertainty, mistrust, and escalating climate impact. While we are not yet on track, the progress made over the last year and the climate summit over bright spots and solid foundation to build. This progress demonstrates that the Paris Agreement's mechanism to strengthen ambition and finance are working, albeit imperfectly and not yet on the pace we need. Significant emitters need to ramp up their 2030 emission reduction target to align with the 1.5 degrees Celsius target. Global Sustainable Futures is doing its part tremendously, and the mere groupings interacting for the common advocacy, therefore, is very much alive in this sphere. Because the SDG, or the UN Sustainable Development Goals, know no borders. Climate change is a global common problem. However, assigning responsibility for every individual, organization, and institution across different countries has proven difficult. Nevertheless, much international climate change policy has revolved around this central question over the past decade, and Global Sustainable Future is responding to this challenge. They are responding very well in the collective action. We are the epitome of the modern collective, if I may say. All GSF coordination worldwide contribution to our mission and vision are very much acknowledged. Much more in the field of research. Let the big shots and players, the shakers and movers, do their work. Let them worry about climate change mitigation and financing. I would say this global sustainable future collectives, the collective actions, and we are talking global here, are meritoriously great. This is our dream. This is our passion. Global sustainable future is our collective action. Thank you very much. Merci beaucoup. Mabuhay.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Now I welcome Professor Walter Koffler to present his keynote.
Yes, can I have now to open the PowerPoint?
Yes.
Yes, a moment. Have you it?
No, we can't see.
What have I to do?
The green button you have
the
to.
Green button I pressed. Yes.
Yeah, and you have to select the right screen because probably.
I have only one screen.
Just one screen.
Freigeben.
Now, yes, we are. It is sharing. Yes.
It is sharing. Okay.
Yeah, but it is sharing the whole. Yes. Good. Good.
Okay.
Yes. Perfect.
Omicron and the South-North processes. Even I have to enshort my report and shift it according to the current new effects. But no problem, you have got the long version. Today, it's about 1 month ago that the virus was sequenced for the first time in Europe. And since 26th of November, Omicron is called variant of concern. But what was done in the meantime? Nearly nothing. Then to close the travel and other processes which are well known since February 22nd. Have we already nothing learned more in about 2 years of COVID? We have. Pfizer has promised that within 100 days they will be able to bring on the market a vaccine against extreme virulent and pathogen mutants that completely escape the antibody of recovered and vaccinated. And at the same time, the CEO predicted that such a pathogen should be expected sooner or later. This defines what is the worst case in the pandemic. But in the event of such a situation, the undisputed scientific and technical excellence should not reassure those responsible. The year 2021 shows it makes many months to produce, distribute and vaccinate. Not even in the home countries of the vaccines have sufficient vaccination rate not be possible. In Africa, just about 7% are fully immunized, not against Omicron, but against Delta. What if the time lag would be long enough for a new escape mutant to appear? Would then we have to on with the fact that we would be drawn back again and again to the state of February 2020? Let's hope Omicron is just a wake-up call, but we need precautions to outlast the phase until vaccination can bring success. What should we do? Keep a cool head. So not like the rabbit in the front of the snake, but also not like the 3 monkeys, not to see, not to hear, not to say anything, or better, 4 monkeys, not do anything before it is not totally clear what kind of properties is to react. So far, however, one hears from scientists and politicians only statements about the limits of our knowledge, and this in a form as that it would be not possible and not needed to do anything in the present. And this is not only wrong, this is also not to justice to the legal situation in the most countries of the world. These regulations are given to handle with the poor planning case of the worst case, as well as the situation in which it cannot be excluded that the worst case has occurred, as now. The first case is covered by the constitutional obligation to protect citizens from anticipated threats. IPBES has warned of approximately 800,000 potential pathogens, and nearly Pfizer is clear, escape mutants are to be expected. Such knowledge gives rise to the obligation to develop methods of protecting against unknown pathogens as a precaution and to ensure their appropriate availability. The development of vaccines will not be priority in this situation. It's not possible to produce a vaccine against a yet unknown pathogen. Thus, one can only rely on non-specific methods, the use of existing or newly to develop antiseptics. Antiseptics are tissue-compatible disinfectants. They are characterized by their effectiveness against a wide range of different pathogens. They are only to use superficially, must not be drunk or injected. What is needed are antiseptics, which are a wide range of uses, good tolerability, easy storage, and long stay. Additionally, they should be cheap so that they are available worldwide, can be used quickly, and also with unskilled workers or by the affected person himself. All this is true of N-chlorotaurin. Within 2 years, it should have been possible to develop such products and to distribute them worldwide, also to South Africa or Botswana. Then one could have distributed an appropriate, by example, nasal spray to the departing persons, or not only to test and segregate the arriving persons on ones. One could have equipped them also with such an antiseptic. This would have reduced the risk for the South, but also for the further spread of Omicron. It would therefore not have been necessary to conflict this damage in the countries in the South, which has now become unavoidable. But the legal situation has also handled the other situation. In the event of an epidemic, the government is entitled to approve medical products and drugs for the general population with the help of emergency regulations, without the knowledge required in normal cases. This regulation is necessary because not only action, but also especially in epidemics, inaction can be equally hazardous to health. Taking advantage of this opportunity requires the courage to make mistakes, but also to be aware of your responsibility to ensure that the level of knowledge is raised and to strive to constantly update the strategy with the line of progress. In my opinion, it would therefore not only be ethically irresponsible, but also legally problematic if we would use only in the situation of Omicron to wait with targeted measures until it has been proven. Is it the worst case? Is it a false alarm? Or a special definited special situation somewhere between these two extremes? In my opinion, it would be irresponsible to act in any other way than according to the worst case. This should not mean to panic, but to analyze the situation with a clear head and draw the right decisions. Number one is, of course, to point out that Omicron makes it even more urgent that the world population be vaccinated against Delta, since only the worst case scenario would vaccination bring no individual benefit. The second situation would be that we have to look in which what we have ignored. We have ignored the worst case scenario, and the decision should be we should correct this as soon as possible. Currently, of course, one will rely on the methods of contact restrictions. Obviously, this is not enough. The coincidence of infectious persons and germ carriers is only a necessary, not a sufficient explanation of the disease. It is indispensable for the disease that the pathogen cannot only enter the nasal cavity and contaminate the person, but it must penetrate into the organism and make the infection of the person. Therefore, this penetration must be prevented and nobody speaks of. If this is successful, not only disease, but also the formation of mutants is prevented, since mutants grow only by formed in host cells. In acute phase of threat with a new pathogen, compatible antiseptics are therefore irreplaceable, and there is no time now for the classic way to certify them as medical products in the traditional elaborate products. Therefore, one can currently only fall back on already existing aids. Whether one decides on nitrogen, on N-chlortarine, or on nitric monoxide, as the Minister of Health in Israel has approved by emergency decree, some other compatible antiseptics, or a combination, this is not decisive now. What is critical is that it be made globally and immediately available, with the same weighting as for rising vaccination rates. It must be clear, the use of antiseptics does not replace vaccination, nor does vaccination replace antiseptic. Both are as indispensable as the two cutting edges of a pair of biting pliers. If the non-specific, natural or artificially supported defense succeeds in preventing the penetration, no disease can occur, but also no antibody formation. However, only the specific defense protects against the disease. On the other hand, one must be also aware that vaccinated and recovered persons are not negligible for the transport of germs and therefore for the epidemic. Antibodies, apart from upon new exceptions, only act inside the body. In order for the vaccination protection to occur, the vaccinated person must be contaminated with the pathogen. Then the same process sits in as with the unvaccinated. Their viral load will therefore increase, as in the incubation period for someone who later comes ill. And the unvaccinated and the vaccinated person can infect others. But neither the unvaccinated nor the vaccinated person shows symptoms at this time. He and Ashford's data on infectivity before and after the onset of symptoms clearly demonstrate this. The days immediately before the pathogens can enter the body are particularly critical for the transmission of the germs. In the unvaccinated, disease then begins. In the vaccinated and recovers, the antibodies present usually manage to neutralize the viruses. The vaccination remains and nobody has any symptoms, but maybe before they have infected others. If the infected person is again a vaccinated person, he or she will probably also remain symptom-free. Also, he has passed the germs on the third, fourth, fifth, unnoticed, until finally an unvaccinated person is contaminated and becomes manifestly ill. No one can trace back who has infected him. We must expect a viral darknet to be formed on this way. This too must be completed, but it will not be easy to explain to the fully vaccinated that they should continue to take certain activities against infection. Perhaps the recommendation to use a tolerable antiseptic as a nasal spray in addition to the expected legally given prescriptions before and after gathering with multiple people would be accepted. Perhaps this would contribute to a quicker end to the pandemic. The non-specific defense can very quickly be supported socially by providing antiseptic. But this is no means not the only way to influence non-specific defenses. Individual factors, as the evaluation processes, access to resources, etc., must not be underestimated. They are often the reason to reduce the power of unspecific defense. This makes it obvious that a strategy that wants to justify to the complex situation of COVID-19 should not be based only on the view what is generalized and independent of personal assessment and the given life circumstances. Therefore, in addition to the classic top-down approach, a bottom-up approach in the sense of a comprehensively understood, personalized approach is also needed. But if one wants to end this or comparable epidemics as quickly as possible, this would require further measures. I have no time to speak about all this. How could one proceed in order not to overlook essential aspects and not to focus too much on the possibilities of its own field and interest? It is recommended to systematically follow the causal chain leading from the appearance of the unknown pathogen to death from disease it causes. Without SARS-CoV-2, no spread of the germs in the environment. Without spread of the germs, no contact of persons with SARS-CoV-2. Without contact, no contamination. Without contamination, no penetration, and therefore no infection. Without infection, no disease, and no reason for action against contacts and indirect consequences. Without severe disease, no need for specific medication, no admission to intensive care units, no deaths from and with COVID-19, no long COVID, etc. You see, for each of the 6 points, we need a special, clear strategy and concept. How to use this consequently, and the intensive literature can be found in our article. And this is our internet address, and I was exactly in the announced 16 minutes. Many thanks for your attention.
Thank you very much, Professor Walter. Very pleased to have you here. Thank you. And now I will invite Dr. John Perez for his keynote speech.
Thank you, Renuka, Dr. Correa, for giving me this opportunity. I'm trying to see if I can share my screen here to put a little PowerPoint that I set up. Just give me 1 second, please.
We can see your screen, definitely.
Can you see now my PowerPoint?
Yes.
Okay, cool.
Just
Thank
put
you.
it, yeah, perfect.
All right. I wanted to talk on, obviously, there are many current issues in sustainability. The most pressing being, obviously, population growth, something that is in the minds of everybody. The spread of COVID, we just heard a lot of some of the issues with that. We know a lot of that deals with having a huge population in this world, way beyond our carrying capacity, something that is not going to be slowed down until 2050. So I want to keep scaring everybody and talk a little bit about global warming. Whether man caused or not, we know it's a reality, and the causes of that: ocean intrusion, desalinization of estuaries, which are the boundaries between land and the sea. And this dynamics of organisms like mangroves, plants that are able to absorb a lot of this pollution that we throw from our environment, from our cars, from our industries. And I would like to present actually work done by my undergrad students at the Donghua University in Taiwan. I think this speaks to this idea that education is probably the key to understand, to change minds, to change behaviors, and to see if somehow we can move to a situation where we can do action that will help us to mitigate a little bit of the consequences of global warming. So my students have been working on a particular species of mangrove, Candelia ovata, that is found in the fringes of the west coast of Taiwan all the way to Japan and China. We particularly been studying this natural reserve in Hsinchu County in Taiwan. And probably most of you know that mangroves are halophytes. They grow between land and sea. These are plants that can grow in areas where there's a lot of soil intrusion, and they are able to survive on these interfaces between fresh waters and saline environments. And we all know they provide a lot of valuable ecosystem services, material for food protection, control of erosion, water purification, fishery maintenance. So carbon sequestration is among the best carbon sequesters on the planet. But they can also be used as a tool for education and research. And this is where I took advantage of my opportunity to be teaching these undergrad students in sustainability science and engineering, and giving them an opportunity to see in real time the problems that are happening, the effects of global warming. So obviously humans have changed the estuaries, the coastal ecosystems, and in some parts of the world, aquaculture, agriculture in coastal areas, human settlements really have destroyed these amazing forests that have been lost for more than 35% all over the world. Particularly in Taiwan, is a developed nation, so the development of and construction of coastal roads really have impacted this mangrove, destroying their habitat and reducing their biodiversity. And so the government has tried to do afforestation projects, and in 2013 came with a wetland protection law, and it's helping a bit in obviously reinforcing the idea that we need to protect these environments. And so, but there is need for further understanding of how these organisms actually survive things like salinity, tidal inundation. And so my students, first year, second year, third year, fourth year, a combination of many levels of students from different backgrounds, different nationalities, in fact, contributed to this study. And I think it's valuable as an example of an educational tool that could help young minds to take matters into their hands and kind of try to understand the problems that are around us. So these organisms are kind of difficult to grow. Because the effects of salinity as an abiotic factor is something that needs to be understood before we can actually take them from their environment and put them in a lab. So they're not really organisms that can rarely live in salt. They're tolerant of that. So how much, how do they do that? What's their range? How, for instance, things like the soil grading affect that? The inundation of salt water from the ocean into freshwater systems. And there's examples of a lot of plants that are able to survive in these conditions, and mangroves are among those that can do that. And they do many wonderful physiological adaptations that allow them to survive. One of them is the operation of reactive oxygen species system that comes with all kinds of enzymes that like superoxide dismutase and all others that help them to prevent the effects of salinity, inundation, and so forth. So my students wanted to study that and see if there was a way that they could grow the plants and see the effect of these stressors on this ROS enzyme system, and how the plants produce, for example, the amount of superoxide dismutase, catalase, and other enzymes that normally are present there. So they grew them in different salinities. 5%. It's usually the salinity that some of the mangroves in the fringes of freshwater systems live 13%, not percent, sorry, parts per thousand. So 13 parts per thousand is sort of like their normal range, and 33 is the ocean level here in Taiwan. And so they also, at the same time, wanted to see the effect of soil, the soil gradient, 5, 15, and 30 centimeters combined together, and see if elevation, inundation, and on top of that, CO2, excess CO2 actually could damage these plants. What would happen for them in the year 2100 to most of the trees? That was kind of like one of the motivators for them to do this. So the effects of this anthropogenic pollution of this mangrove, it's already known in this part of the world. A lot of people have been studying the effect of heavy metals and so forth. So one thing that we wanted to know is, with global warming and especially CO2 being sort of labeled as one of the culprits, we wanted to know the effects of future CO2 scenarios. IPCC has been reporting amazing modules about that, about the excess CO2 that the planet will probably experience in the year 2100. Right now, we are between the 300, 400 ppm range. By the 2100, it's expected that we'll go way beyond that, close to 1000. And so what will be the effect? So the students and myself, we went to the mangrove forest, collected the seeds, put them in 3 tanks with different elevations, different salinities. And so at the same time, measured things like the length of the stem, how many leaves were shed every month, the amount of irradiance, the leaf width to length ratio, and so forth. And at the same time, they also grew them in a chamber that can help us to control CO2. So they have a natural kind of system with the ambient CO2 that we have right now. And then in this chamber, we increase it to the IPCC 2100 scenario, which is around 1,000 parts per thousand of CO2, and try to see what happens. So the results were a little controversial in many ways, but that's simply because that shows how complex these organisms are. Their water inundations and salinity studies show, for example, that great amounts of these RS enzymes, particularly superoxide dismutase, it's sort of produced in lower salinities, which seems counterproductive. But again, these organisms they don't really produce normal seeds, they produce viviparous seeds. So normal, very similar system as humans, they produce seeds that are really small trees with all kinds of adaptations to survive in this harsh environment. So obviously all of these things that we are doing need to be redone and restudied, but I thought great that at least these undergrad students were able to come up with this result. They went to the second phase to try to see the effects of inundation. If we could put these mangroves under full water for 7 days, and if we could look at the different levels of at least one of the enzymes, then what would happen? So some of these mangroves were submerged for 3 hours, others were submerged for 6 hours, and some of them for 12 hours. And so what was the effect of water intrusion? It was kind of like the question here by salinity, and then go to the lab, take the enzymes, and then again, measure the superoxide dismutase, the effect that is seen through the enzymatic system response to RS injury. And then we start to see a little bit more of what we were expecting, that the concentration of this enzyme starts to increase after they've been inundated. Obviously, it was just 7 days. So this was done last year. So this year we are learning from all this and trying to see if we can increment and change this and adapt it so we can have longer and more reliable results. Again, one of the reasons I want also to show this project is because we virtually had no funding for this, just like very much we scavenged for whatever little penny we could to set it up. And some of the students even donated their funds, and then so that the utility is this, that is made that mostly by the students and motivated, but they decide to understand what would happen in the future, in their future, with things that are so resilient like mangroves. And so they immediately show with their CO2 treatment that they virtually die after a couple of months, 18 months, if you put them under this severe 2100 CO2 scenario. So they were able to, at least infer that salinity plays a role, inundation plays a role, but also CO2. And this right here, for instance, is the visual representation of that. This is what those mangroves will look like after 18 months. So if I put this here on the right side, you can see the same mangroves under normal CO2 on the left side. What could happen if those same mangroves or similar mangroves were exposed to the future scenarios for CO2 under different salinities, even under 13 ppm salinity, which is kind of like they're normal in their estuary system. They still show severe signs of deterioration under high CO2 levels. And so they show definitely that salinity elevation cause changes in these RS systems, particularly the leaves. But the most important thing, and the nice lesson I think they got from all this, from almost 2 years of work, is that the future atmospheric CO2 levels predicted by the year 2100 may not be tolerated by mangroves such as Keobobata. And I may want to remind you, this is one of the most resilient plants in the planet. So what hope do we have for the rest? So to conclude this, I would like to express what we learned, that most likely future generations will have to live in a world lacking trees. We already know that the Amazon, the deforestation is already producing, instead of assimilating CO2, like probably most of us when we were kids knew about that. Right now, it's the opposite. It's actually becoming a pollutant of CO2 per se, because people are cutting trees like crazy there. And also, it's predicted by the year 2050, the Amazon will become virtually a desert. So it's this urgency that we'll be talking about, COP26 and all this, that probably prompt us to do these little experiments, to see in real life, real data, what really their world will be like. And I'm hoping that this will allow us to get a little bit more funding and continue a couple more years and be able to see more in depth the relationship that these trees have with the environment and the effects that we are having on the ecosystem, specifically the ecosystem systems around us. And the effect of fisheries, for example. We do have a lot of people here working on microplastics. I argue that microplastics is something that is already ubiquitous. We created it 50 years ago. We don't have a better replacement. And unless we change our behavior, it's here to stay for millennia. So can we concentrate on really those type of problems that could really reverse things, or at least slow down all this degradation and help us to move forward? So that's the main message. More than anything, more than the results, which of course need to be revalidated, probably need a couple more years, more funding to be able to really look at our models and fix them and do it more scientifically. The idea here is that it provided the students of sustainability in my program an opportunity to see firsthand and in an environment that they can see, touch, and feel almost every day the effects of global warming. And with this, I would like to conclude and thank you all for listening. I appreciate very much your viewing of this. Anybody has any questions or would like to comment or be part of this research, please let us know. It would be really nice to have more like an international cooperation on this kind of activities with the undergrad students all over the world. I think that could help us to sort of benefit and help us to educate these young minds about the real problems and threats that they have in the environment. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, John. And now I will invite Michael Rada for his keynote speech.
Thank you very much, Dr. Renuka. I would like to share my screen as well, and I would like to thank the previous speakers because they outline very well the situation. Let me share my screen with you, and let me introduce you 17. My name is Mike Rada. I do not have any academic degree.
Would you like to go on a screen, it is not on full screen?
It's not on the full screen, sorry for that, but I'm trying to put it on a full screen. I cannot do more. So at the moment, this is the only way how I can present it. So
okay, not to worry.
So welcome to 17. My name is Mike Rada. I am human, and I'm the founder of Industry 5.0. And before I continue, let me remind you that we are living in the age of digitalization of our work. Our children live in the times of digitalization of education. And all of us, we are living in the times of when our leisure time is digitalized as well. So it looks like that the only missing point is to digitalize the human. And if so, our world will look like this, because data don't need any light. But I realized that a decade ago, and I decided to build another world, wasteless world. This is the world in which I would like to live and which I would like to leave behind. And this is the tool I use to build it. So before we start, let me ask you two questions. The first one is who we are. We have collected many titles. We are managers, we are students, we are officers, teachers, fathers and mothers. We have many titles, but we have forgot one. We are human beings. Living ones, not like this man on County Art of Pilsen Brewery. And if we know who we are, we can answer the second question. Where do we live? Because we live in beautiful cities like Roubaix, Pilsen, Paris. We live in beautiful cities which we filled with trash. We work in factories which produce in one day more trash than a city in a month. And we store the products which frequently never get sold in big metal houses full with air, and we call for more to be built. And at the end of the shift, we walk away next to the output of our production. And we arrive home, and maybe we will realize that something, what was called food before, it's called bio-waste today. And we look at the red sky above our heads, and we ask ourselves, where do we live? Let me answer this question to you. I was born on this planet. At the time, it was called blue marble. But 2 years ago, it was covered with smoke and environmental damage. And in some cities, the people hardly can breathe. But then, from one day to another, we can say, the sky clear again, not because of human, but because of virus. And we start to see that the situation can change. We are living on a planet around which we have been able in few decades to create a landfill with more than 170 million pieces of waste debris. We are living on a planet around which we created a landfill. And what we do to the planet itself, we dig inside, because the only criteria of success is more, no matter what we are speaking about. More money, more people, more companies, more houses, more cars, more. Ask Fortune 500, you will see. We are living on a planet together with 7.9 billion people, not knowing that 200 years ago, it was just 1 billion. And 100 years ago, it was just 1.5 billion. And despite 2 world wars, 2 world pandemics, and more than 650 local war conflicts, there is 5 times more people living on the planet. And just now,
can I stop you?
Yes.
You are sharing another screen probably, so we can't see the slides moving at all.
I see. So I don't understand what is the reason.
If you can change your slides, like you might have two monitors.
Okay, I will try to stop sharing and change it again.
Yes,
so,
please.
Sorry for that. I just have a screen. I will put it on the screen, which may let me. Do you see it now?
Yes, we do see, yes.
So the question is, I will not repeat the previous part. I will start where I generally ended here.
Yes, yes, we can see moving also now. Thank you.
Okay, so this is where we ended. This is the image of the planet where we dig for more. And right now, we are living on a planet together with 7.9 billion people. 200 years ago, there was just 1 billion. And 100 years ago, 1.5. And despite of 2 world wars and 2 world pandemics, we have 5 times more people living on the planet. And in 2011, that should be 11 billion people, according to some sources. And just now remember the last image. We are living on a planet in 206 countries, 197 according to UN. We are speaking 7,000 languages, and we are riding 1 billion cars on a planet on which we let 9 million people die hungry every single year, despite the fact that 23 million tons of crop and food are being wasted every single day. We let 800,000 people die thirsty, despite the fact that only crude oil in California the industry consumes 347 million liters of drinking water. We grow our food to throw it away because the leaves are not green enough for the buyer in a chain store. We put our crop in the rivers and on a landfills not to spoil the market price if too much it's being grown. Currently, it's avocado in Australia. We are carrying our water in firefighting tanks, not knowing that the same amount of water which is inside is needed to produce just one and simple hamburger. And we do it on a planet on which one sip of water can save not 1, but 2 lives. We'll work in factories which have walls full of environmental certificates, and behind the wall, the same factory creates a landfill. Factories store their obsolete packaging on a parking lot of their employees, waiting to be scrapped as a waste. We are wasting things which are not perfect for one, but can suit hundreds and thousands of others. And we do it under the supervision of World Bank, which says till 2050, the waste volumes will grow. In some destination, it will even double. It says in the same report that almost everything can be recycled, reused, or repurposed again, but only 13.5% is being recycled or repurposed. And this is why the waste industry became the 3rd most profitable industry in the world. And it looks like it will become 2nd soon if we do not change our behavior. Dear ladies and gentlemen, a few years ago, we walk in our lives and factories like a human, showing our faces. Today, we do it with a face mask on. And we call it the new standard. Do you know how much time COVID needs to put global human population into this stage? 17 months. But this is not my standard. This is not the standard of my 72 years young mother. This is not the standard of her 98 years old father. And I'm so happy that in 2013, I already prepared for the situation and prepared a tool which will change. It's called Industry 5.0. I call this presentation 17 because 17 is the global recovery challenge. Because if COVID needs 17 months to transform global lives, societies, industries, and economies, human can do the same, recover and restart meaningful life. Industry 5.0 is applying the recovery principle since 2013. I have not waited till the damage will come. The challenge starts on January 1st, 2021, at the time when we will be still here, and ends on May 2023, still in our hands. It is open to everyone, not to generate one winner, but 8 billion winners, and not a single loser. We do not need the wealth of few, but the wasteless world for all, and this is the only aim which the challenge will follow. The change is not a matter of funds, but strong will to change. And human himself or herself must change first before changing others. This is why I presented the waste prevention legislation. I spent 8 years to deliver it. What does it mean? It means that nothing that can be used or utilized again must become waste. That means then everything must be considered primary as a pre-waste existing resource and remain in the system. And the secondary use and utilization is not limited to a primary function of a product or material and can be executed by everyone respecting the regulations and safety conditions. Collecting, sorting, baling, and trade are not considered anymore secondary utilization. And if not utilized on a primary location, it must be offered to others before being wasted. And please understand, there is no waste if we do not waste. And waste is the result of wasting. This is why it needs definition, because it was not defined before. Wasting is a process in which product or material of any kind, form, or volume become waste. Wasting is a system failure and must be prevented first without any limitation or legal restrictions. And please understand, wasting is not a feature of a product or material, but the result of human behavior. And single use represents one of the most applied forms of wasting. We have to stop to build our future on the top of a pyramid, because we will not be able to do. And this is why I created another groundstone on which a stable future can be built. And how does it work? Firstly, you have to recognize that something must not become waste, and trust me, it's not easy at all. But the second step is even harder, because you have to reconsider what to do with it. And the third step maybe you fail first, second, third time, but then you may change the world. Industry 5.0 is the first industrial evolution ever led by man, by human. It is built on the principles of systematic waste prevention, and it makes new mindset of people and businesses from wasteful to wasteless. It delivers results without the need of capital investment, and it utilizes the existing on-the-ground mines based on transparency, profit sharing, and efficiency. And please understand, Industry 5.0 is not a sales tool or a product. It's a new global ecosystem. Dear ladies and gentlemen, this is my business card with one and only title on it. My name is Mike Rada, and I am human. And don't worry, I'm not alone. There are 78 Industry 5.0 ambassadors already, all around the globe, covering more than 65% of global population. Ladies and gentlemen, this is my home. What is yours? I would like to invite you to join me and spend the next 17 months bringing the meaningfulness of life back to all. That's all for me. I would like to wish you a great conference and have a nice time free of waste and wasting in all its forms. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I would now invite UC to present his speech. Welcome. You are muted, UC.
Thank you. My name is Usi from Zanzibar, Tanzania. I'm here to share a topic known as climate action require, climate action, climate justice require climate action. Climate change is one of the greatest risks facing us all. No countries, the community can fully combat the climate crisis alone. We must work together in every field to build partnership and relationship between environmental leaders and people around the world to take any environmental global action. This solidarity is a secret of our success way to achieve these three pillars of sustainable development: economic, social, and environmental. The victory we have already placed in our hands. We must continue work together and solidarity as a form of action. We need to develop a climate justice policy, because climate justice always builds on platform for equal development and human rights. Of course, there's no climate justice without climate action. Great things are done by taking action. Diversity, equity, inclusion, and anti-racism is a very small thing within environmental sustainability, but is one way to take action. Action creates habits, which lead us to success. We must all stand stronger together to expand our assistance in line with diversity, equity, and inclusion. Inclusion from different voice, group, and community. Here, we can translate climate justice into human rights, adaptation, and mitigation. We must all come together to take action now on climate change. Otherwise, it will cost us and risk sustainable development of United Nations. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I will now invite Aled to present the awards, and here share my screen. So just let me see.
Hi, Renuka. Apologies, I got kicked out of the session. So I'm delighted to be here today. I'm Aled Williams, delighted to be a sponsor and award presenter. So I'll try and get us back on time. I'm part of the executive and senior leadership team at University College of Estate Management, and I've been kindly asked by Dr. Renuka to say a few words. UCM continue to support the Global Sustainable Futures Network, which is all about progress through partnership. I'm delighted to see so many of you from the different countries around the world represented today, and thank you for all the keynote speakers. It's truly wonderful, inspirational, and insightful. In terms of University College of Estate Management, we are leading the way in educating the industry's future leaders and contributing to a better built and human environment. His Royal Highness, the Prince of Wales, is our patron, and I know he'd be really excited about the great work taking place within Global Sustainable Futures, as I realise he's passionate about sustainability. Huge thanks to all those who have contributed to Global Sustainable Futures Network, and we wanted to appreciate your contribution to the growth and activities of this network. Now, Renuka has invited you to self-nominate, and depending on the scale and quality of your contribution, you're awarded the level of certificate, which are gold, silver, or bronze. Now, in total, we received 82 entries, 32 are bronze, 30 are silver, and 20 are gold. Clearly, due to a lack of time, we will not announce the bronze level awardees, but you will receive your certificates by email. So without further ado, I'm delighted to announce the silver and gold level awardees, who will also receive certificates as follows. So first, the silver level awardees receiving a certificate of appreciation for enthusiastic coordinators are, and I know you're going through the slides, Renuka. So we've got Zahura Ahmad Shaweji, we've got Michael Rada, we've got Professor Dr. Wolfgang George Arlt, we've got Tek Bahadur Kaitwara, we've got Usi Abu Namagi, and we've got Ayubami Popula. In addition, we've got Tadeo, Emerlita Naguat, Ben Baker, Fwan Skogard, Charles Makantazi, Vikrant Srivastava, Mega Sood. Apologies, I only got the nominations this morning, so I haven't had a chance to practice the pronunciation. We've got Sinead Mitchell, Jacko Quist, Tina Renier, Zach Abdi, Ian Kaplan, Karthik Kumar D. We've got Abimbola Windapo, Alice Darko, David Krantz, Niranja LS, Adinyai Fagam Igbe. We've got Shramada Mandali. We've got Professor Philip J. Bergrad. We've got Ruth Quinn, Shreya Sum, Shibedita Singh, and Mark Miller. And now we move on to the gold level awardees, receiving a certificate of appreciation for outstanding coordinators. So without further ado, I'd like to highlight the following, which are Nakuba Michael, James Karimi Njunga, Ashish Kelkar, Kushal Adikari, Ernesto Ong, and Ais Aidogan Gezer, Beatrice Del Riva Sakiyama, Kelebi Kalkan, Francia Santos, Andre Francisco Pilon, Patricia Lagunda, Alia Rathore, Rosielena Luciana Delivara, Irene Carniato, Felix Doncor, Jose Luis Estevez, Paulus Demon Balon, Ewa Dua, William Asante, Sumeira Aik. So can we all give a round of applause, a virtual round of applause, or otherwise round the room, just to appreciate all the great contributions that everybody's made to Global Sustainable Futures. And thanks for your leadership, Renuka, in driving this forward. I wish you a successful day. And now we're back on time again. So apologies for my minor interlude. So well done. Over to you, Renuka.
Thank you very much, Aled. Thank you. I'm extremely sorry for few problems in my slide sharing due to some, the sophisticated pictures which I put. So, but I'm very, very delighted to have you, Aled, here and your gracious presence here. And thank you very much for doing this job for us. Thank you. So now we will move to our second session. where I will invite Dr. Patricia Legunda for her keynote speaker. The second session is about building a sustainable knowledge infrastructure. And I thought she is marvelous for this session. So please, Patricia.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Renuka. Let me share my screen. Let's see. Is it on now? Okay. Okay, good afternoon, good day, rather, to everyone. I'm Patricia Lagunda from Baliwag University in the Philippines.
Patricia, we cannot see your screen yet.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I prepared this. So sorry. Let me. I had it ready. I'm sorry. So sorry.
Not to worry. Take your time.
Okay, let me. Documents. Okay. Hold on. There you go. Is it on now? So sorry.
Not yet.
I'm wondering why is it?
It's coming up. Yes, it is coming up.
All right.
Yeah, but you have shared the whole screen. The PowerPoint, click on the PowerPoint, double click on the PowerPoint, please.
There you go. I think it's on. Sorry about that.
Wait a second. It is stuck.
No, it's moving now. Okay.
Well, we cannot see. We can see only the last screen, which you shared with us.
I'm so sorry.
Do you have two screens?
No, I am only using my laptop. I'm so sorry.
Okay. If you can unshare these and share it again.
Okay. All right, there you go.
Yes, now it is correct.
I'm so sorry.
Perfect.
This is the first time I'm joining this conference. But okay, so good day to everyone. Today we are here to think about what our education enterprise can contribute within the new development paradigm accepted now by all nations and nation states, the concept, principle, and advocacy for sustainable development. This talk is anchored on the concept of education for sustainable development, or ESD, as I believe that this is the area where Baliwag University can best contribute. I shall present some of our actions that illustrate elements of sustainability in teaching, learning, research and outreach or extension functions, and provide tentative plans on how to incorporate ESD, especially now that we are 3 years shy of our 100 years of existence. Of particular interest for us as an institution of higher learning is the concept of education for sustainable development, or ESD. It has been defined in several ways in the Sustainable Development Education Panel Report of 1998, Council of the European Union in 2010, and the UNESCO in 2014. Common in all conceptualizations is the importance of education and its role in advocating behavioral change through knowledge and skills acquisition, values, and dispositions in order to realize sustainable development. UNESCO's definition is interesting as it covers the elements such as learning outcomes, learning contents, and pedagogy. The definition aspires the students to be empowered so they take informed decisions and responsible actions. As change agents, students ought to be observant, inquisitive, critical, and proactive of the happenings and current circumstances the world is facing. ESD is gaining ground as schools recognize the impact of growth and development in the environment and sees its role to educate students as global citizens for sustainable development. While many learners are dreaming to take active roles in reducing poverty in communities, protecting the environment, and creating inclusive societies, we need alternative perspectives and approach to education to achieve these dreams. Let me now share what Baliwag University has done so far that are related to ESD. Baliwag University, since its inception, has not really taken a theoretical position on the concept of sustainable development, more so in regard to the catchphrase, education for sustainable development. It does not claim as yet for excellence in sustainability-related academic and non-academic endeavors. However, it has consciously or unconsciously endeavored to incorporate sustainability or sustainable development topics across all program curricula. Additionally, the research and extension functions of the university have been infused with elements of sustainability to be more relevant and be part of the league of schools that have espoused sustainability and sustainable development. The university has developed and instituted a Gen Ed course entitled People and Environment, starting school year 2018 to 2019. The course was institutionalized to replace a Filipino course, which by the act of a legislation was scrapped in the higher education curriculum in the Philippines. Offered exclusively in the university, the course is not part of the Commission on Higher Education prescribed courses in the undergraduate curriculum. The course here now in the university explores the ways human activities impact the natural environment and how environmental modifications can lead to significant results to human activities. It provides students a deeper understanding of concepts and current issues on population growth and distribution, ecosystems and evolution, renewable and non-renewable energy resources, global atmospheric changes, and air and water pollution, among others. In other baccalaureate programs like hospitality, tourism management, there are prescribed courses on sustainable tourism assessment and development, ecotourism management, tourism and environment, and sustainable communities. The course syllabi include facets of sustainability and are integrated to provide working knowledge. The Business Administration program has courses on good governance and social responsibility and science, technology, and society as a Gen Ed course. The courses provide proper perspectives such as the need for larger society and local communities to move away from harmful socio-economic activities and rather engage in activities with positive environmental, economic, and social impacts. For engineering, one of the stated competencies of an engineering graduate is that one is able to design solutions for complex engineering problems and design systems with appropriate considerations for public health and safety, as well as cultural, societal, and environmental aspects. The School of Graduate Studies has environmental education as a core course at the doctoral and master's levels. As an introductory environmental education course, it prepares students to implement environmental education opportunities in formal and non-formal education settings. In the area of research, the BU Center for Research and Publication with the University Research Board has initiated the recalibration of the research agenda to accommodate the relevant UN Sustainable Development Goals, or SDGs 2030. Along the function extension and or outreach driven by the desire to produce lifelong learners, BU has crafted programs for people of all ages and at all stages of life, from adults to senior citizens, through the Halina Outreach Program. As one recognized principle of sustainability, which is the principle of partnerships for change, BU has partnered with network organizations towards improvement of communication and actions between and among the various sectors of society. And most recent is our linkage with the Global Sustainable Futures Network for the conduct of Shaping Sustainable Futures Together series, a series of 6 seminars that allow us to join the advocacy of raising awareness, knowledge, and actions towards sustainable development, specifically the SDGs. The second workshop will be on December 17th, so this is every 3rd Friday for the next 5 months. The mandatory National Students Training Program goes beyond the theoretical aspects of sustainability. They develop and implement community projects that are geared towards environmental protection or rehabilitation, climate change mitigation, and adaptation activities. A foremost example is the environmental project dubbed Green Leap, Growing Together for the Future, a roadside tree planting activity supported by the Community, Environment, and Natural Resources Office of the town of San Rafael. The activity, though, was stalled temporarily due to the outbreak of the COVID-19 pandemic. Another NSTP project was the plastic bottle collection done in school year 2014-2015. Meant for environmental protection, the plastics are recycled where they become additives in the construction of hollow blocks, recognized as vital components for hollow block durability. Proceeds from the sale of hollow blocks go to the infrastructure projects of selected public schools in the province of Bulacan. Institutionally, the university has implemented the 5K program in 2016. The 5K stands for Kaligtasan or safety, Kalusugan or health, well-being, Kalinisan stands for cleanliness sa kapaligiran environment. Inspired by the Japanese 5S system of organizing space to have a safer work environment, the university 5K program focuses on environmental protection and enhancement, safety and security, cleanliness and beautification, and solid waste segregation. It also includes conduct of seminars, information drives, and hands-on training of faculty, students, and staff. It also includes emergency preparedness for critical events such as fire, earthquake, and other climate disaster. As an HEI, we are concerned with the challenges resulting from an increase in pollution and other issues relating to the environment. So questions like, where do we start in the area of teaching and extension? What can we do to promote and encourage sustainability? The following are future institutional plans of Bolivar University in its effort to contribute, even in a minuscule way, towards sustainable development through education. As starters, we can plan that students, faculty, and staff and administrators undergo training or seminar on energy, climate and biodiversity laws, environmental conservation, sustainable development, among others. Materials can be sourced online, and we can administer a sustainability literacy test, a UN-approved online tool for learning and acquiring general knowledge about the environment. Amidst the limitations and challenges brought about by the pandemic, we plan to review and enhance current teaching techniques which provide for collaborative work in assigned work and in finding solutions to real-life problems. Specific examples that the university can adopt across disciplines to which are improve recycling on campus and the communities outside of the university, create a curriculum to teach students on the SDGs, research around themes or issues of environmental justice, protection, and restoration, propose ideas on how to advance healthy and sustainable foods and catering, advise local companies within Baliwag and surrounding towns on how to make production processes waste-free. In all this, the faculty members are more a facilitator rather than a knowledge provider. The students are much more active and responsible rather than being passive recipients of knowledge. The question now is the processes and contents to be installed. How we plan to implement is through an institutional approach. Sustainability education is not only about integrating sustainability into our curriculum. It demands that educational institutions take a holistic approach to rethink the curriculum, governance, campus operations, and our stakeholders' engagement. If we attempt to reorient the curriculum towards sustainability education, we shall pursue the following. Review the courses to determine which among them have yet to incorporate ASE, hold a conference or workshop to share the findings and engage our faculty and academic heads in discussions, Organized teams composed of faculty members, unit heads, and deans who work towards reorienting or enhancing the curriculum to accommodate ESG concepts and principles. We can also push sustainability into our university culture, policy, structure, and program of action as follows. We'll revisit our vision, mission, and goals in education for sustainable development and make it as one of our graduate attributes. Convene a working group to work on policies to promote education for sustainable development. Develop an action with clear projects, responsibilities, and a budget for ESG. Also, we can take campus operations as a living laboratory for learners to learn about sustainability. So we will use the campus and buildings as a social laboratory for students and all staff doing projects on sustainability issues. You can make projects as part of action research, which can be done through collaboration by faculty and students as a course requirement. We can also facilitate the local community to become more sustainable, organize sustainability days, provide opportunities for students to develop solutions, and encourage students to run workshops on sustainability topics. Education for sustainable development has become a big challenge for all educational institutions worldwide. The issue of sustainability is very real. We can make the world a better place for the present and future generations if we embrace the sustainable Earth worldview. We need to change people's attitudes and ethical and moral system of beliefs in our perception of how the world or environment works. The process of change is through education, and the reforms need to be. I would like to end this discourse by quoting Martin Luther King when he stated, "Through our scientific knowledge and technological genius, we made this world a neighborhood. Now, through our moral and spiritual development genius, we must make of it a brotherhood." Thank you all for listening.
Thank you very much, Patricia, very much. Thank you. And now I would like to invite Dr. Ayobami Popula.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, perfect. Thank you. Carry
you,
on.
Ale. Good afternoon, everybody. Just like as Renuka said, my name is Ayobami Popula. Thank you for having me. Renuka, such a great work you are doing here. And it's awesome. Thank you very much. Colleagues, good afternoon once again from here, Nigeria. My name is Ayobami Popula. I'm a research fellow with the Sachi Chair for Inclusive City, University of KwaZulu-Natal, South Africa. And I will be speaking on to us on this topic on inclusivity agenda, some of the dilemma and voices that keeps coming up from our discussion. But before I do that, I quickly want to iterate us with some of the works that we do at the Sachi Chair for Inclusive City. The Sachi Chair for Inclusive City is seated in the School of Built Environment and Development Studies, University of KwaZulu-Natal. And the chair is focused on trying to create a balance of inclusion or issues around inclusion along a spatial, economic, and social divide. And in trying to do this, we try to work along 4 major domains: issues around race and class, issues around women, issues around migrants, and also issues around people living with disability. When we talk about these 4 clusters or these 4 domains, we did a Sachi Chair for Inclusive City. We try to identify some of the key things that speaks to their limits, their inclusion, as the case might be. For women, we try to look at issues around their safety. For people living with disability, we have to look at issues around their sense of responsiveness within the city. Migrant, how marginalized are migrant, how welcome they are. And issues around race and class, we try to capture it within the vulnerability ideology of immigrant or urban poor or the rich poor divide or the gated community, ungated community settlement as an example within Africa, as the case might be. But my presentation today is just a pop-up from various discussions that we have in the Saatchi Chair for Inclusivity. Over the years, over the past 2-3 years, we've been having seminars and international symposium, and I try to look at some of the key themes and key arguments that keeps coming up within the context of our seminars and our discussions. So most of my discussions, most of the things I'll be presenting are some of the underlying issues that keeps coming up from charts, also a narrative of research report and the likes. So two major things are very important to my presentation this afternoon. One is, how do we define inclusivity, or what does it suggest to have meant over the years, or from people's ideology, what they believe that inclusive city is coming. But before I go to inclusive city, I start with the definition or the narrative of Jane Jacobs with regards to cities generally. And this narrative actually explains the fact that a city, as the case might be, has the potentiality of giving everybody what they want. But as much as a city has the capacity to give everybody what they want, it's far more efficient, more responsive, and as the case might be, inclusive in the context of this study, to see them or people or residents being a part or a partaker of the production process of such city capacity. And that brings me to the place, okay, if we say people being involved, that explains issues around cities being a place of opportunity. I want to not just live in the city to make use of the opportunities, but I also want to create a sense of opportunity. In as much as cities are a place of magnet of talent, I want my talent also to be relevant within a city context. And this speaks to knowledge economy, the cities as place of change, cities as place of cultural value, and heterogeneous cultural setting, as the case might be. But things that are very peculiar and very critical to how inclusive a city might be issues around migration, diversity, leading to inclusion. How much of whether rural, urban, whether international migration, as the case might be, or how much of diversity. Diversity does not just make gender, it speaks to socioeconomic diversity, it speaks to spatial diversity, from the rural space to the congested peri-urban space to the city spaces. How diverse are they, as the case might be, and how much of social inclusion does this speak to in this context? So in this, my presentation, I try to provide a construct, as the case might be, a construct of a kind of a lived experience of people or place-based experience within the context of inclusion, as the case might be, from various experiences within the Saatchi Chair for Inclusive City. And the methodology I try to optimize is surveys, interviews, informal interviews, try to provide authentic or narrative evidence, and try to bring in some case study as example, as the case might be. 4 themes is what I'll be focusing on, a subset of the earlier 2 questions which are raised, the city construct itself, the inclusion voice or the question, inclusive question, the rural inclusivity within the context of the national inclusion agenda, and the issues around some of the conclusions that I come to decode from people's narrative, whether as a presenter within the Saatchi Chair for Inclusive City work, or even as a visitor or as an audience, as the case might be, in any of the Saatchi Chair for Inclusive City program. And some of the things that have come out, which is very key to this city construct, is the place of the argument that some people tend to have a right to the city more than others. And this is evident from the gated neighborhoods that we have, the ideology of a city in a city. You go, for instance, places like South Africa, you see gated communities like Mount Edgecombe springing up here and there, private estates coming into play. And this sends a signal towards both the social and the economic dimension to inclusion. And it's not just about South Africa, they go even down to Africa, Nigeria, you see places in Lagos, the Lekki areas, or the mainland or the Seaview area tend to be places that are characterized by less inclusion, as the case might be. That this sends a signal of a sharp contrast of across country, and it also brings to play issues around exclusion, as the case might be. But again, we now ask the question when we are trying to construct these, in quote, inclusion narrative or the exclusive narrative of the question we now ask you, who won't have access to the city? Who are those that own the city, as the case might be? And this takes me down to a crop of the informal discussions that I had with people in the city, and many of them sense to see the city within the context of their inclusion and exclusion, from the place of comfortability, access, and from the sense of homeland. So the question is now that when people come to the city or a particular space, they tend to have a narrative of say, okay, it's inclusive or it's not inclusive, if I have sense of ownership or a sense of access. Access, again, might be subjective and might be critical. Maybe infrastructure, maybe service, maybe spatial access. So, but again, one thing that's very critical and very essential in this construct is the sense of comfortability. And that captures the divide of how comfortable you are in one particular city to another. And in achieving these, one of the things that came out from the inclusive question and voices from our discussion within the SACHI chair for inclusive city were issues around how do you create a balance between having a smart city and an inclusive city. Yes, there have been arguments, especially within the argument of Europeanization to the African setting. How do we bring a balance of a city being smart, but again, inclusive for an average urban poor? Those are some of the things that keeps coming out. Issues around access, which I mentioned earlier. Approach, what approach would be the best way to manage inclusivity? And these voices would, my interest in my presentation in bringing about these voices is to create a kind of trigger or a kind of critical thinking for scholars and for people in the audience to ask the question, how much of our inclusive arguments, or do you think are actually a representation of social inclusion or spatial inclusion within a body of knowledge or body of research that you do? Issues around affordability keeps coming up, issues around patriarchy or a particular society, and issues around players. And you ask yourself, who are the players? Are the city residents the major player, or the private owned resident are they the city players? And these are some of the things that keep coming up. And now, if you put all these tagged words into context of what people were actually asking of, I know Renuka will be so much interested in issues that came up, include the issues around system thinking and sustainability and inclusiveness. How do we create a balance and a fulcrum such that there's a system thinking that is sustainable and at the same time inclusive? So scholars, we have to start thinking of a particular model. What model of inclusivity should we use? Should we use the European model? Should we use the American model? Or in Africa, should we use the South African model for a Nigerian inclusivity agenda? Should we be focused on the colonial ideology? When you talk about places in Southern Africa, from Zimbabwe, Malawi, Botswana, down to South Africa. So the colonial ideology, are they sustainable? Does it depict inclusion? Even the political class, don't forget that when we're talking about policies or bringing about a sustainable approach, the political class is very critical. How much of does the political class, how much of their policy reflect inclusivity as the case might be? And one or two things that was very critical to us, that very important, was issues around inclusivity and integration, spatial integration. How do we integrate, say, an informal settlement within a city that speaks to inclusion and also create a balance of the sustainability of such city, or migrant as the case might be in Southern Africa? And these are some of the things, some of the commentary that came out, and I decided to just bring us some of this commentary. One of it has to do with the civilness of a profession, because one of the things that I observed on site and from discussion, and this is available on our website, Inclusive City website, SACHI Chair for Inclusive City website, sorry, where Gundo tried to create a narrative of how much of infrastructure, there's a variance in infrastructure that are being provided within a city. Take, for instance, you go to an urban area, the design of an access road within a gated community, how pleasing it looks like to the sight or to your eyes, how the standard of those roads is at variance to when you go to a township area within the same city setting. It's now different again when you travel away. As you travel away, farther away from administrative headquarters, you see the difference in the infrastructure, as the case might be, being provided. And that sends a signal of professions or a discipline, as the case might be. For example, engineering not being inclusive, as the case might be, within the built environment setting. And other things that came out are issues around multidisciplinary curriculum design to speak to inclusion. And I think the earlier presenter spoke about it, and it establishes a drive from not just inclusion, but towards sustainability, as the case might be, in a particular setting. And we went ahead from not just presentation, and I look at some of the charts, just like there are a lot of chat room conversational. And I look at some of the charts that we have over the Statutory for Inclusive City project. What are the things that keep, the key themes that keeps coming out? Issues around participation, community, planning, need. So, and when I look at the issues around need, I see that there's a kind of deviance with regards to what a particular setting needs with regards to what is ended or being provided for them. And this explains the variance of the inclusion agenda. Now you ask yourself, where is the imbalance? Is the imbalance in the engagement with the people? Is it the imbalance in the policymakers, the case might be, or decision maker? And again, what method was used to arrive at such inclusive ideology? And we put this into context. Emerging things that came out from the chart speaks to regulation, planning, education, issues around participation and collaboration. And one very important thing that was very important for me was the issues around Africa being special. The special, or the idea that Africa is unique, and as the case might be, in as much as we want to cohabit and bring about the co-production of space, borrowing ideas from everywhere, built environment experts, social experts that are targeted at bringing about inclusion must bring to consideration the special needs of Africa, as the case might be. And you now ask yourself one particular question. If Africa is so special, does it include the urban? Is it focused on the urban alone? Or does it include the rural? And that creates a kind of urban-rural divide. Because there have been arguments around, you agree with me, you look at studies across the globe, you look at, for every one study on rural area, you must have seen over 10 within urban setting. So you ask yourself, does it mean rural areas will disappear? Maybe they will shrink, but again, you look at issues around suburbanization, rural enlargement, rural emergence, re-emergence, as the case might be. That sends a signal that it might not necessarily mean that rural areas will disappear. And when you look at Savage's 2018 model for bringing about a revitalized rural area, I try to reconstruct these within the prepositions of what people have been doing, coming together, staying together, growing together, the sense of appreciating the rural space or the rural culture within the context of national development, the sense of democratizing rural areas or provoking rural political action to bring about their development or their ID space is also very important. But one very critical thing that we should know, that in as much as we want to create an inclusion, it will not just be an inclusion of the urban, but rather an inclusion that respects rural space as an ID space for the rural people, such that at the end of the day, it brings about the collective national inclusion development, as the case might be. And this is so much rooted in issues around sense of place, deep-rooted, which was mentioned earlier in one of the chat commentary. So you now ask yourself, when you look at these issues, there's one paradox that keeps coming up, the paradox of the politics. Politics in this context, I'm talking about decision makers, because majorly in Africa, politics and decision making is almost going hand in hand. And planning such that rural space now brings about improved accessibility, affordability, and as the case might be. And what some of the things that came out from a series of presentations, and this particular presentation I presented at the International Symposium on Inclusive City by the Statutory for issues around, one of the things that came out was issues around distance within the rural setting that tends to limit their sense of inclusion, as the case might be, or rural culture being a limitation to their affordability, or issues around governance as regard to rural human development. And in this, my presentation, which will be published by the Journal of Inclusive City in that international symposium, I try to bring about a framework of inclusion for rural urban space that creates a balance, so that within the rural urban interdependence towards inclusion, there's a framework of balance. I argued around issues around rural inclusive governance, I argued around the issues around planning standards, as the case might be. Most planning standards are so urban, are more urban, as the case, but they are not considered of the rural setting. The local politics are also urban. The decision as regards how many voters, how many councillors you have is still within the urban setting, administrative culture. And in conclusion, I found out that from all these, there were four to five things that came out from the conclusion. And I tried to relate it to emerging studies that came out. Issues around aspiration. Their aspiration for inclusion, whether by an urban poor, whether by a rural migrant, but the question you now ask is, again, for private actors, for instance, they are profits oriented within the same co-producing space. Issues around aspirations for inclusion might be questionable because they are majorly targeted at bringing about improved profits. And the sense of creating or redesigning our identity and attachment towards the special Africa in the context of what people need. And this particular study was one that was quite interesting, a discussion paper by Rita, which spoke to issues around social city as a place of aspiration for urban people. And I now found out again that, okay, how do we now achieve within the context of this special Africa, issues around integration and survival? Is our city now constructed just for survival or for integration? Survival of an urban poor, or how do we integrate the refugee? And these are some of the constructs that we need to start talking about as we move ahead, as we forge our discussion on inclusivity and our discussion on co-production of space towards achieving sustainable development. These are some of the things that we need to start discussing about. Yes, there are various policies, but our policy needs to start shaping towards integrating spaces, integrating people, respecting people's survival instinct, as the case might be. This survival instinct I captured in a co-authored publication which we had, which was just published by the Sachi Chair for Inclusivity book, The Language of Struggle, where we find out that cities are now divided along the line of the strugglers or the struggling resident. There are people who use various elements now, from protests, from roadblocks, from agitation, from down to robbery. Even there are now configurations, arguments, which I was trying to look at some days ago, issues around xenophobic tendencies in Southern Africa, for instance, are now being traced to a place of a struggling city dweller and also a migrant, as the case might be. And these, you might want to read more about this in the latest book published by the Sachi Chair for Inclusivity. Colleagues, thank you for giving me your time. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you. And I will
thank you.
Alex, just let me get the right name. Alex Rizzo, Dr. Alex Rizzo.
That is me. Can you hear me, Dr. Tako?
Oh, yes, we can.
Excellent. I will share the screen.
Please.
Can you see my PowerPoint, please? Can you see my PowerPoint, please?
Yes.
I can't hear you. Can you see my PowerPoint?
Yes, we can. Sorry.
Okay, thank you very much. So basically, this is coming from MPAST with an academic organization ranging in all of the European qualification levels from 1 to 8. That is below O levels to doctoral qualifications in Malta. This is a bit of an academic paper, but it's a very important point that correlates with sustainability. We run a number of sustainability programs at MCAST at the higher levels, going into masters in environmental engineering, in high performance buildings, in water resource management, in lean enterprise. And we're always trying to ask the question, what makes students act and behave creatively? What makes them go the extra mile towards these programs, and what makes them behave in a certain way? At MCAST, one of our core methodologies is grounded theory. We are grounded theorists. And this particular presentation is about using this methodology to understand behavior, to understand patterns of behavior, and how those patterns can be perceived and even molded and fueled to allow students, to allow human beings to behave in a certain way, and particularly towards sustainability programs and targets that MCAST would deploy. So a bit about the methodology. We're very passionate about methodology over here. Grounded theory actually creates theory from data, and I'll be showing a small example and how it was applied. It's a qualitative methodology. I risk saying so because Glaser would say it's a mixed method that uses largely qualitative data, but can go into quantitative. It breaks down research data into small, minute elements and then reconfigures them to understand what is going on. It's ideal, again, to understand patterns of human behavior. We use a constructivist approach in our research to understand what is going on and why. So it's not just the what is going on, it's the what is going on and why. And until we manage to be able to map these patterns of behavior, we can't really understand what makes our students, our stakeholders act in a sustainable and in an effective manner. The particular methodology uses a continuous cycle of obtaining data, analyzing data, comparing data, coding, and creating what is called a substantive model, or a substantive theory, which actually explains what is going on. Very interesting to say that in grounded theory, which can be used in very many different situations. Again, in trying to understand why people make decisions in a certain way. In grounded theory, one analyzes, one obtains data, and one reads into the topic at the same time. Very different from standard quantitative techniques and very common qualitative techniques. So you pull in, let's say you're interviewing the owner of a company building photovoltaic panels, for argument's sake. You pull in the interview, it's an open-ended interview, which is recorded and transcribed. As you begin analyzing it, you go in for a second case of maybe quantitative data. You analyze that as well. We use software, we use MaxQDA to do so. And you gradually build a pattern from the bits and pieces, from the codes created, to create a model that explains what is going on and why. Very strong methodology to do so. We always explain that grounded theory uses an inductive, sometimes called an abductive approach. Abductive, and as in pulling in new insights, which help you understand something that you already had some particular understanding about. And we like explaining the methodology. What I'll do now is I'll explain the methodology, then I'll give a real implementation and show how this can be used for many studies, not only our own. And I do believe later on in the day, Dr. Thakora will give access to the MCAST open access repository, which has a plethora of research papers and ongoing research that you'll find very interesting in many sustainability fields. What we do to explain the methodology, and then we'll explain the application. The methodology, we use the bucket concept. It's the best way we find out to explain this. Imagine if you had 3 buckets, a bucket which tries to explain and understand context, a bucket which explains and understands actions and reactions, and a third bucket which explains consequences. Let me explain. In all human behavior, you will have these 3 parameters. If you're looking at how people dispose of waste, the context, the environment, what's happening in that particular environment, the mechanisms available to dispose of waste, the collection schemes to dispose of waste, something as silly as if in your street, if there's a waste collection system, are there dogs allowed to prowl on the loose? You might say, well, that's a silly comment, but if you're trying to put in waste bags of organic waste and there's no control over animals in the street, they'll pull those apart. So even something as silly as that goes into context. Consequences, because every action has a reaction. And for us sustainability people, we are very interested in the consequences of actions and the longevity of those consequences and the actions and reactions taken. So in any form of behavior, you will have actions being taken according to context, given consequences, which will change the context. So it's very much a process. And one of the weakest things that we overcome with grounded theory is the fact that we study process. We don't study a situation. We study the world in action, very important. And what we do, I'll mention a few things about the methodology, then go into the application. What we do is we, in grounded theory, as grounded theorists, we analyze data, primary data, secondary data, quantitative data, qualitative data, and we break it down into tiny codes, and we begin putting those codes into receptors, like categories, to put it that way. And to do this, a concept applied is called constant comparison. So to know which box, which basin this code goes into, I need to compare it to the other categories and the other boxes, to put it that way. So the concept of grounded theory is constant comparison, repeatedly breaking down snippets of insights, of deep insights on people's perceptions of how they do things, of why they do things, what happens when they do things, into these categories and subcategories and subcategories, which all have a specific meaning. And it allows us to begin building, I would say, when we say a substantive theoretical model, it means an applicable, an applied model. We are not interested in creating grand theories that are there because they look good. We want to understand how solutions are taking place, how small businesses act in a sustainable fashion, how companies are efficient and effective in their resource utilizations, and many more. So ultimately, that is a bit about the methodology. We applied it to one example. We tried to understand in the MCAST, in the local institutional context, why were we having some students which were more entrepreneurial in behavior than others? Now, keep in mind, entrepreneurial behavior doesn't just tie down to building a company. It ties down to making decisions to make organizations more efficient, more effective, more resource effective, and many other things. So this is a kind of behavior that we are very interested in understanding. And the literature pointed us towards a particular concept, which is called self-efficacy. Now, self-efficacy really means if the student believes in his or her own capacity to achieve results. It's like, if you look at Maslow's hierarchy, it's like the self-efficacy at the highest level of Maslow's hierarchy. And what makes these students, which are sometimes degree students, sometimes undergraduate, sometimes masters, and even doctoral candidates, what makes them behave in a certain way? We found out that there were a number of particular attributes in the research that on the competency side, strong strengths in problem solving, in leadership, in negotiation, behaving and interacting, certain attributes that these students had, a certain open-mindedness, curiosity, self-efficacy came up time and time again, a determination to get things done. And this is something we need to get solutions in today's world. It's not just, there's I think, a very famous saying in Sun Tzu, The Art of War, better a weak strategy forcefully implemented than a brilliant strategy weakly implemented. And we very much believe in that. I mean, get things done and get solutions there. And behaviors that we began noticing, these students and candidates taking initiative, reflecting, taking responsibility, and managing risk. And risk is not just risk to build a business, it's risk to take the right decisions and to take the right actions. The problem was understandable, little known about how students maximize their potential to achieve higher engagement, to make decisions, to take the risks, to behave entrepreneurially, to solve problems, because these behaviors we all need. The research objectives were quite clear: to identify and evaluate the constructs that I just showed, to map out students' behaviors as learning processes go, to provide our readers, our policymakers, our academics with a theoretical model that explains what is going on. MCAST, by the way, is a vocational institution, so we only run programs that industry needs. We only give solutions that industry needs to be seen. So these were the main objectives. We used MaxQDA. It's one of the tools that, it's the main tool that MCAST utilizes, a very powerful tool that allows one to analyze quantitative, qualitative, mixed methods, photos, videos, audio. It has a quantitative analytical element as well, although it's extremely strong with qualitative data. Just a quick view, not to waste time on this, but these are tiny codes, what I mentioned before, coding snippets of data, putting them into a category schema, which builds strength and allows one to really begin understanding what is happening. We ended up with this conceptual model. Again, context, actions, consequences. The context was about the lecturer's preparation, reflexivity, student behavior, actions regarding teamwork, team building, entrepreneurship and behavior, consequences regarding personal development and enhanced self-efficacy. That led us to a final model, which is again what we call an applied substantive model. We found that in practically all of the cases, the students were going through a three-dimensional learning process. They were, so what you have in the 3 dimensions is low to high, low to high, and low to high. As we assisted them in learning entrepreneurial, and as they enhanced their own critical self-reflection, as they thought about the decisions they were making and why they were making them, their self-efficacy, their confidence to make decisions grew. So what did we do? We said, okay, so what can we do as teachers, as academics, as the teaching components? We can't. This is an outcome. We can encourage our students to reflect more in the teaching and learning that we give them. We can assist them in their learning by giving them creative learning environments and creative learning materials, getting them to carry out little miniature research endeavors to get solutions done in particular challenges. And many of these mini research projects would be based upon sustainability initiatives. I can give many examples, examples to do with land reclamation, water quality management, and many others. And then watch the student self-efficacy grow. Now, this is where the students would leave us, would leave our college, leave MCOST, and go into the world at large in the industry with a strengthened knowledge on how to reflect on making decisions, and with a strengthened level of self-efficacy, which means a confidence in making decisions. So to begin closing off, what basically this presentation has tried to capitalize upon is 2 things. One is strong methodology, a strong research methodology to understand what is happening in human behavior, and then how to use that methodology to be able to mold or encourage or fuel behavior in a positive way to make better, I would say, human beings out of the people that we expect solutions from. I think my time is up. I will stop there. Dr. Takola, I have to thank you sincerely for allowing me to contribute.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Alex. It was wonderful to hear you. And now I will invite Dr. Jacko Quist to present his keynote speech.
Yes, good afternoon. I will also share my screen. Oh,
yes,
Alex.
please.
I'm trying to unshare mine. I'm not exactly managing. Just give me a quick second.
Don't run away on the bike.
I will not do so. Let's see if I can stop share. That is it. Fantastic.
You now should be able to see my slides, I hope. Great.
Yes, perfect.
Thank you very much. My name is Jacob Quist, and I would like to thank the organizer of the Global Sustainable Future Network Conference for their kind invitation, especially Dr. Renuka for all the work and leading the network. I would like to talk a bit about envisioning sustainable futures to enable transitions to sustainability. That has lots to do with global sustainable futures. But after having submitted the title and seeing the program and seeing this session on say, generating green knowledge infrastructures, I thought that the next title could also make one. I'm afraid that this one doesn't show up, so I just then continue with what I can show you. So I'll do my work already like an academic career long in visioning, sustainable innovation and transitions. And it can be about making visions. So what I will talk more about today, but also about evaluating visions and vision studies. So how is this perceived by participants? I specialize in participatory visioning. So to what kind of pathways, follow-up agendas and impacts does that lead after some time? And I've looked into depth for some particular visioning cases. It can also be about the visions that actors and persons hold in emerging more sustainable niches or in larger systems. And I apply that to topics like circular economy, sustainable consumption and production, energy and climate, and say, though I haven't worked so much on the global south, it is increasingly, because I think that has to be done a lot too. But of course, I must be aware, and I am aware that I'm speaking about all this. My experience is from working on this in the polluting north. So let's just go on. So what has futures and sustainable development and visioning and backcasting then to do with each other? So this is driven by our growing awareness and knowing that we need to fulfill our societal needs in much more environmental efficient ways in the long term to compensate for growing global population, catching up wealth, sharing it more equitable on the long term, and while meeting requirements with regard to equity and justice. So sustainable development and sustainability has this much to do with futures and has a strong future orientation, as we can already see from early definitions and the definition articulated in the Brundtland report already in the late 1980s. So there might be relevance or the usability in future studies. That's what I have been working on. And we can look into this field for new approaches that combine long-term visions and visioning, but combining that with participation and short-term action, bringing that into action. So also engaging a broad range of stakeholders in these processes, not only thinking about the environmental aspect of sustainability, but also about the social and economic side and balancing that. And when it comes to technological innovation and innovations in a broader sense, don't forget about the cultural conditions and the structural institutional implications and requirements. So then we need for this long-term participatory, integrated, strategic approaches. And you see that in visioning, it's growing quickly, related especially to the Sustainable Development Goals. You see that in backcasting, you see that in transition management. So I'm just mentioning 3 different flavors here that all try to work on this and work on making this sustainable visions for global sustainable futures. Here I show some of the work and projects and studies that I've been involved in, I've been conducting, or that I have been closely connected to. I don't go into this because I'm going to talk a bit more about some other aspects. So for me, participatory visioning is about 3 key elements. It's first about generating visions together with stakeholders, and in the process of making those visions for more sustainable futures, they learn on these visions and how to get there, but they also learn from each other. And that's quite important because this does not rely and depend on individual agency, but it all depends much more on collective agency. That requires a dialogue and discussion and the learning related to that. So if you do that in a good way, let me put it in such a way, then that will not only give analytical content results, like the visions and their assessments and their implications, but it will also give you process results. That's how I call it. And those process results relate to awareness among stakeholders, that relates to learning amongst stakeholders, that relates to commitment and willingness to act. And if that works well together and glues well together, that then will give impacts. So the knowledge generated will be put in practice in order to move towards sustainability. Good. So this is like the normative approach to futuring for sustainable futures. That's not the only way that you can do that. That you can contrast that with more well-known approaches like forecasting. That's all about predicting the most likely future. That gives us then business as usual scenarios. But it also contrasts with what is being called exploratory scenarios. That's all about exploring possible alternative futures. But it doesn't necessarily bring us towards sustainability. It's just about being prepared what can happen and be prepared for that and develop strategic adaptive responses beforehand. Often you see this also together. Just think about the scenarios, studies and scenarios by the IPCC, where they do have a business as usual scenario. You have more exploratory scenarios, but you also have a preferable normative one. So the one that should keep us within the 1.5 degrees. Right. So how can you visualize all this? I searched on that, future visions on the internet, and this is the kind of images you get. Most of these relate to backcasting, which is a way of developing a normative, desirable vision first before analyzing how you have got there and then working towards that. But here on the down left side, you also see a picture reflecting transition management. I say a little bit more, as this is one that I use a lot myself. I've done a lot of work backcasting as one of the approaches. And there indeed you can see what it tries to reflect that you should reflect or develop the desirable future version first before looking backwards, how you have got there, and then planning towards that future, how in order to make it happen. So that's normative, participatory, works well at the system level for the kind of wicked problems that sustainability challenges are. It's about desirable changes and futures. It combines this process approach with design methods and analysis. It's in fact transdisciplinary and very helpful to explore futures and possible pathways if the existing institutions are not yet equipped for that. And normally they aren't, because they're always equipped for the future, for the problems of the past. Right, just going on, take a quick look on my time. So what I would like to say is about you can connect visions to power. And my colleague, John Grin, together with Armin Grunewald, wrote already quite some time ago, one way to shape socio-technical systems is through the visions that guide their development. The assumption is that these visions exist already in most societal sectors, but also that these visions tend to reproduce the ways in which these sectors have been developed hitherto, and that a critical discussion of these visions is a prerequisite for changing the course of development. So they are arguing we not only have to make new ones, but assessing the existing visions and underlying paradigms is key too. The interesting thing of the visions for the future that we would like to go to, the desirable ones, those can provide guidance, what to do, and orientation, where to go in a distributed way. And that follows from my PhD work already some time ago. And these visions provide stability and flexibility and co-evolve with the underlying network, and contribute to collective agency, though the processes are always a bit messy, like we know that from sociology and public administration and political science. But these works pretty well or very well, or we see a renewed interest because of the rise of the Sustainable Development Goals. Right, I worked already on that quite some time. That started with me in the 1990s with the Sustainable Technology Development Program in the Netherlands. That's very well, so it's already around. And then we see, when you look back, you can see that this kind of participatory approaches are already applied for some time. It's been applied for company level, later also on larger system level by an organization called the Natural Step. That's quite well known. Nowadays, they call that no longer the Natural Step, but they call it a framework for strategic sustainable development. I just referred to this sustainable technology development program in the Netherlands, where they looked, for instance, into meat alternative. And that was a very nice project, an example of generating green research infrastructures, because this meat alternatives was not on the research agenda in the Netherlands. And after this project, it grew and it became bigger. And you have some related approaches. I should also mention, like you can find that kind of visioning in transition management in the local Agenda 21, also already a bit older. And of course, I referred already to the Sustainable Development Goals. Good, so this kind of methods work. I applied that, well, I published on that. This based on my PhD work already some time ago, where I stated at the end, backcasting and visioning works. It's no science fiction, but it gives a nice, well-working collaborative approach. The visions are not only important when they are generated, but they are also important in the follow-up when they raise an impact. They have some kind of flexibility, but also provide guidance and orientation. Though it must be properly done, it does not always give follow-up. Good. There we can say that visions also have certain functions, and I'm just listing here a few ones raised by some colleagues, also already in 2005 by Adrian Smith and some colleagues from SPRU in England. And what I can add to that is there are different ways, and we need good ways to do that. So I've been working in the last 20, 25 years on testing and developing different kinds of methods in different projects. So what did I find? For instance, the number of visions that you developed in such a process is a design choice. And that means that when you have a process with multiple visions, that will give you more diversity and more dialogue and discussion. So there's more to learn. But when you bring that back to a single vision, that will give you more co-ownership and more support among participating stakeholders. So that may help you to make an impact, to get spin-off and follow up. Anyway, you will see a lot of difference of diversity in participation. You can find focus groups, workshop interviews, and many other ways. And in the last time during the pandemic, we see a lot moving or improving or further developing online. Good. I mentioned here, and that's towards 9 ways of making visions with stakeholders. You can do that with creativity and clustering. You can do that using problem structuring and visioning. You can do that by facilitated discussions and workshops using guiding questions. You can do that with setting ambitious the criteria for the future, and then use that to elaborate better socio-technical systems. You can do that by using morphological analysis. That's in fact a design method, but you can also use that for developing futures and future visions. You can do that by using Q methodology. They actually say that they provide then discourses related to the value sets of actors. That gives generally a few more future visions, up to 5 or 6. But these discourses related to the value frameworks of actors at the cluster level, they also give the opportunity to turn that into visions. You can do that just by starting from an idea and gradually elaborating. You can also develop ambitious future visions with stakeholders or with experts and bring them in workshops. And since recently, since a couple of years, there's a growing attention into developing narratives and imaginaries. Good. I'll give you one example. I was part in a large European project on transitions to sustainable lifestyles and the green economy. And as part of that, I led the Visioning and Pathways workshop, where in 7 countries in Europe, we developed alternative sustainable visions for sustainable lifestyles and the green economy, where we guided a bit on getting both a bit degrowth-like visions, focusing on well-being, in addition to the more standard green growth visions that build more on technological novelty and solve the environmental issues with that, but do not criticize the economic growth paradigm too much, while that, in my view, is strongly needed. If you, what did we get out of that? I only will do that in a very short nutshell. Well, we had visions from 7 countries in Europe. We had this distinction between, on the one hand, sufficiency visions and green growth visions. And we had a distinction between urban visions and rural visions. And that enabled us to cluster all the visions that were generated locally into 3 larger clusters and some remaining ones in the middle. We also did some work on checking its macroeconomic visibility. We brought that into agent-based modeling to develop pathways, and we brought that into environmental modeling. So what is the potential of these sustainable lifestyles, and can we define options at a larger scale, and how much environmental improvement will that give in our consumption? Good, I think I'm quite far in my time, so I'm now at my conclusions. And I would like to end with visioning is important for sustainability transitions. There is a variety of methods available for vision making. I developed this largely in, say, the global north, but you can apply it in different cultural contexts if you adjust and contextualize all this. More comparative evaluation is needed, but we need to look also better in what makes the impact and how can we utilize that. And for that, we need to continue both in application in a transdisciplinary, collaborative way. And that's where I would like to leave it for today. Thank you very much for listening to me, and open for questions in the chat and in whatever way or by email. Please reach out to me. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Jacko. Thank you. So now I will invite Zuhura Swaveji from to speak on role of youth. Hello, Zuhura. Hello, is Zuhura here? I find her in a different place, so in a different Zoom meeting, so I will tell her. We will continue with the next speaker. So can I invite Shreya Som? Shreya Som.
Thank you. Yeah.
Please
so my camera is taking some time to switch on. So I will start by sharing my screen. Yeah.
Yeah, we can see you now.
Thank you. So you can see my screen?
Yes, it's loading. Yes. Yes.
Oh.
Perfect.
Thank you. Thank you. So I'm Shreya Som, and thank you, Dr. Thakur, for inviting me here and allowing me to present my findings. So I'm a research fellow at Global Center for Energy and Environment at Ahmedabad University, and also a visiting researcher at Global Change Program, Jadavpur University. So recently I have been working on demand-side climate mitigation options and their connections with the Sustainable Development Goals. So why demand-side mitigation options are important, and what are demand-side mitigation options? So for example, demand-side mitigation options include, if you the food sector, it includes reduction in food waste at the consumer level, or having less red meat diet. For building sector, it includes clean cooking, smart metering, etc. For transport, it includes shared mobility, shifting to non-motorized transport, for example, active transport, shifting to public transport, etc. And if we consider the advantages of demand side mitigation option, then we can say that demand side mitigation options are basically supplementary to supply side mitigation options, and studies have found that they are more synergistic or provide more positive benefits with sustainable development goals. And to scale up demand side mitigation option, it is important that we should go through the policies. And for policy building, I have used here the ASI framework. The ASI framework is the Avoid, Shift, Improve framework, which is been used for the transport sector for strategizing policies. So how this works? So policymakers find this framework very helpful for strategizing avoid strategies, which are like avoiding demand for high emission intensive services, for strategizing shift interventions, which are shifting to low carbon choices, or strategizing improve interventions, which are like changing your behavior, taking incremental steps toward changing your lifestyle so that we can reduce demand for highly emission intensive services. So the objective of this presentation is to explore the sustainable development goals related links of the demand side mitigation options, to classify the interventions into the ASI framework so that it helps in strategizing policies, and also to identify the change agents or the social actors who can help in scaling up these strategies. So the scope of this presentation is food, building, and transport. I chose these three sectors because these are very close to ourselves and we can relate to these three sectors. So for food, it is reducing food waste and changing our dietary choices. For building, there are many options. And for transport also, there are options like shifting to public transport, using shared mobility, shifting to active transport, etc. So let's start with food and how the mitigation options are related to the SDGs. So we are working on a paper where we have shown that if we reduce food waste, then it has many positive benefits which are linked to the sustainable development goals. And if we change our dietary choices, this also has like several sustainable development goals related benefit. And so this is based on some scoring. So I will not go into the methodology due to lack of time. So as you can see, the orange bars reflects the negative impact and the green bars reflect the positive impact. So positive impacts outweigh negative impacts, and so darker the shade of the bars, darker is the confidence level. So confidence levels are based on the number of evidences we got stating that this intervention is having SDG linkages, and it is based on the agreement level in the existing literature. So next, what we did is we tried to find out interventions and tried to categorize that into avoid, shift, improve so that it helps policymakers in strategizing policies. So for food waste, when we say avoid, it means the interventions that help in avoiding food waste completely. For example, need-based cooking, meal planning, etc. For shift, it means helping in reusing or recycling food waste. For improve, the interventions are to build awareness in consumers, which are supposed to alter their behavior towards food waste. The next one is changing dietary choices. So the interventions for avoid includes helping in avoiding the demand for meat or highly processed food. For shift, it includes helping in shifting the demand for meat to other alternative, less greenhouse gas emitting food items or towards less processed food. And improve here also means helping in awareness building. So we tried studying 76 interventions. So we performed a systematic review and we read more than 100 literature, and we identified 76 interventions, which basically try to see. So we categorized the 76 interventions into food waste reduction and dietary choice, and we saw that 31 interventions. So we can follow 31 interventions through which we can reduce food food waste, and 45 interventions through which we can change our dietary choices. So about these interventions, I am going to show you the interventions in my next slide. So overall, we could identify 76 such interventions using more than 105, more than 100 studies, which has been published in the last 5 years. So these are the interventions. So the left-hand side shows the intervention. So now what we tried to do is we tried to find out the social actors or the change agents who can try to perform this or adopt these interventions and try to reduce food waste. So if we talk about avoid interventions, then there are supply chain partners like supermarkets who can improve their food packaging, etc., which helps in reducing food waste at consumer level. And individuals are also having their role to play. So individuals can go for meal planning, which will help them to reduce food waste. For shift options also, there are multiple actors who can play their role, including individuals. So individuals can share their leftovers, they can feed these to the pets. And for improve options also, there are many interventions that individuals and other institution and supply chain partners can carry out. For example, as individuals, we can store in fridge, we can buy fresh food, we can follow a shopping list so that food waste can be reduced. The next one is changing dietary choices. Here also individuals play important roles. So for avoid option, what individuals can do is for avoiding dietary choices here means for avoiding meat consumption, red meat consumption, and for avoiding highly processed food. So individuals can increase their consumption of fruits, they can replace snacks with fruit, etc. For shifting to for shift options, individual can become a vegetarian, they can shift to seafood, they can shift to organic food. And there are institutional governing bodies and healthcare sectors who can also advocate a complete shift towards alternative diets. For improve options, individuals can try to become a flexitarian, they can observe meatless days, they can halve their consumption of meat in a week. So these are some of the interventions that we found in our studies. We did a similar study for buildings also, and here you can see that for buildings, what we tried to do is we tried to map the ASI interventions with the SDGs, the actors, and the country status. So I will not go into detail, but I will just point out that for avoid intervention, one of the avoid intervention is building design and construction, including passive design. So this heat map is based on the number of evidences we got that talks about this intervention and their linkages with SDGs, actors, and countries. So what we found I will just explain the darker shades. So what we found here is that for avoid option, building design and passive design, so what we need is SDG 9, that is innovation and infrastructure, and 11 and 12. So 12 in sustainable consumption and production, and SDG 11 is sustainable cities. So these are the main SDGs that we got for this building. And for actors, we got policymakers and spatial planners are the main players here. And also note that these studies were mostly based on developed countries, and there are extremely scanty studies for developing countries. And here also note that individuals have some role to play for almost all the interventions. For transport also, we did some similar study, and you can see that for shift option and for improved option like electric vehicle and shared mobility, we got darker colors, which mean that more papers are talking about these interventions and their SDG linkages. And the linkages are SDG 9, which is again innovation and infrastructure, and SDG 11 is sustainable cities. And if you see SDG 16, 17 and policymakers, so for transport, what we understood is that a partnership is very important, partnership between private and public sectors, and the role of policymakers are also very important. Also, innovation and delivery service delivery systems like MAS is also important. So what business models is being followed is also a very important thing for changing transport behavior. And for transport, so both developed and developing countries are publishing papers on transport. So we got this result. So finally, to conclude, so what are the three main take-home messages that we can say from this presentation? So number one is this mitigation options provide synergies or positive impacts on sustainable development goals. And so to capitalize on the benefits of the mitigation option and the sustainable development goals, we need multiple stakeholders participation. So a single stakeholder cannot be responsible for capitalizing this. And so we should not only rely on policymakers. There are other actors also who plays the role, including consumers. So as consumer, we ourselves have some roles to play. So these are the three main messages. And finally, the key gap in the literature is that there are very, very few studies from developing and less developed countries. So the participants from developing and less developed countries, we can try to, provide nuances and inputs to this interventions, and how through living experiences in developing countries, how we can change the business model so that it fits the developing countries is also very important. So that's it. So thank you. That's all from my part. And if you have any question, you can email me, or maybe we can talk in chat. So that's all from my side. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. And I will now invite Zuhura Swayeviji. Zuhura, you can take the floor now.
Okay, thank you so much. Hi everyone, my name is Zura Ahmed. I am the co-founder of Tanzanian Youth for Diversity Network. I hope you can hear me well.
Yes, we can hear you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I am M1 Yak Ambassador, 1 Million Youth Action Challenge, but also I am Advocacy Manager at Women Recycling Foundation. Yeah, and allow me to share my screen, please.
What are you trying to do, Zuhra?
I'm trying to share my screen, but
okay. On the screen, if you can see the green button, share screen, can you see green button, share screen?
Yes, I can see it.
Yeah, so you click on that and you will be probably able to share the screen. Is it not working?
Go ahead.
Sorry?
Yeah, let me go ahead.
Is it not sharing?
Yeah, I don't see the document. I don't know where it is.
Don't worry. If you want to just speak, do you want to just speak without sharing the screen?
Yes, I can speak.
Yes, please carry on then.
Okay, thank you. So today I want to address the topic of the role of youth in biodiversity and environmental conservation. We know that youth are represented in 40% to the world population. Yeah, so from there, we know that we have a role to play in conservation and also in environmental conservation and biodiversity conservation. So what are the roles that youth can play so that we protect or to conserve environment or biodiversity? First and foremost, we youth, we need to participate in decision-making processes and climate action plans. For example, that was happening at Conference of the Parties 26, where people can be able to engage in and sharing their ideas. And most of the people knowing that participating in decision-making processes is like politics, but not true. That is the part of decision-making and sharing your ideas so that people can address it in the policy and knowing that what can be the solution for the case of biodiversity conservation and biodiversity and environmental conservation. But also we have to play an active role in protecting and conserving the environment. For example, we need to participate in cleanups, we need to participate in tree planting, but also the campaign that can voice up, can raise our voices toward the case of biodiversity conservation and protection. But also we can engage in recycling activities to end plastic pollution, and this is the only way that we can conserve our biodiversity and to halt the loss of our biodiversity. But also we can be able to spread the information and raising awareness to our young ones, women's community about what and how to take care of the biodiversity living environmental friendly in our daily life. But also we can be able to participate and engaging in tree planting campaign, and this is the only way that we can be able to conserve our biodiversity, but also we can be able to take action for the climate change. Yeah. So we are the youth, we have a role to play because we have a voice, but also we are energetic. So we need to play our part, and we need to act for the biodiversity conservation and environmental conservation as well. Yeah, and there is a statement to say that youth without climate action without youth, future generation is incomplete. So you can imagine on how youth, we have a good role to play so that we can solve our environmental challenges as well as climate crisis as well. Yeah, thank you so much. And for ending this, I would like to say that individually and collectively, we can make our earth great again, and let's hope and act for the best. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Zohra. Thank you. Not to worry if you can couldn't share the slideshow, but you have shared your message, so that's thank you very much. Now I will invite, let me just have a look. Yeah, now we are on our third session, transformative innovation policy and practices, and I would like to invite Professor Emelita Noguet for her, to deliver her keynote speech.
Thank you, Dr. Renuka. Good evening. Good evening, everyone, especially to my friend, Dr. Ernesto, and to the professors from Baliwag University. Permission to share my presentation?
Yes, yes.
Sorry, madam.
Not to worry, I think it is loading.
Okay. I'm sorry.
না ফোন একটু কেয়ারফুল হও, আমি কিছু বলি না বলে যে কখনোই কিছু বলবো না সেরকম ভেবো না। তারপর এখানেই ফোনটা ধরেছে, মানে তখন আমি বলছি শুনতে পাচ্ছি।
Okay. Okay, is my presentation visible?
Yes, yes.
Thank you very much. I'm sorry.
You can put it on the slideshow, please.
I'm having difficulty if I will do that. I'm sorry.
Okay, not to worry. Carry on.
Okay. Good evening. I am Dr. Emerlita S. Nagiat, the Dean of the College of Business Administration and Professor in the Graduate School at the Bulacan State University, Philippines. I will be presenting a study funded by Good Neighbors International. Let me acknowledge first my co-researchers, Dr. Elizabeth Chua, Ms. Lilibeth Lee, Ms. Ruth Silmoy, and Ms. Maria Antonina Santiago. The title of the study is Green Economy for Water Sanitation and Hygiene in the Coastal Areas. I would like to give a brief background of the study. As we all know, clean water, good sanitation, and hygiene are universal needs and basic human rights and are keystones of poverty reduction and general human advancement. Proper sanitation stimulates sound health, improves the value of the environment, and thus the quality of life in a community. Humans, when stressed by problems on pollution in the environment due to domestic sources in terms of low water supply, indiscriminate garbage thrown elsewhere, and the perennial high tide, creates slow progress in income, and even sanitation and hygiene practices are affected. Now, in the absence of sanitation facilities, poor coastal communities in the province of Bulacan, Philippines, rely on natural processes to dispose their waste, wherein the practice of defecating in the open fields or on surface water is prevalent. Ironically, these surface waters are often the community's sources of food and water for drinking, domestic, and personal cleaning. In essence, green economy is imperative in the social dimension. It is said that people's health is paramount in reduction of risks and develop that community resiliency. Thus, green economy matters most as a concept of bringing a healthy environment. The study was conducted in the coastal municipality in the province of Bulacan. The land area is 103.10 square kilometers or 39.81 square meters, which constitutes 3.70% of the total area of the province of Bulacan. It has a population of 133,448, which represented 3.60% of the total population of the province. Sanitation, community lines, improper waste and garbage disposal, as well as education, are the most common problems that can be seen at the coastal areas. The general objective of the study is to assess the contributions of the green economy on water sanitation and hygiene practices of the residents in the coastal areas. Specifically, the study aims to describe the socioeconomic characteristics of the residents, to establish the awareness of the residents on green economy, to identify the water sanitation and hygiene practices of the residents, to determine the initiatives of the local government unit in improving the water sanitation and hygiene practices of the residents, to ascertain the challenges encountered by the LGU and residents in practicing green economy on water sanitation and hygiene, and to develop action plan to increase the awareness of the residents on green economy and eventually enhance the water sanitation and hygiene practices of the residents in the coastal areas. It is assumed that the residents of the coastal areas are aware of green economy and it contributes on their water sanitation and hygiene practices. The study employed mixed methods. Quantitative survey was used to describe the socioeconomic characteristics of the residents. The data were gathered from 283 respondents, and the data were presented in tables using frequency, percentage, and mean. Qualitative phenomenological study approach was applied to establish the awareness of the residents on green economy, sanitation and hygiene practices, initiatives of LGUs, and challenges encountered. Focus group discussion was conducted, and it was participated by 43 participants or informants from the respondent communities. The results of the study were presented in 6 parts on the basis of the specific objectives of the study. On the socioeconomic characteristics of households and environmental condition of the coastal areas, majority of the respondents or the residents are 51 years old and above, female, married, elementary, undergraduate, Roman Catholic with 4 to 5 family members, non-professional with monthly income of 1,001 to 5,000 pesos, with concrete house which they own and with private toilet. On the awareness of the residents on green economy, it was found that the residents from the coastal areas are not aware about green economy, much so with its importance. Thus, it was only during the FGD that they heard about green economy. Nevertheless, the participants admittedly expressed they have heard the word but failed to have a deeper understanding. On water sanitation and hygiene practices, people living along the coast or the coastal areas are having their modified toilet facility but do not have water closet. Hence, they directly discharge their feces into the river. The cleaning of comfort rooms was not observed regularly due to scarcity of water resources. Domestic waste were placed in used sacks and collected once a week, but those not in sacks were left out. The collected waste were transferred to landfill because the municipality does not have a material recovery facility. On hygiene practices, the residents used water from artesian well, despite of the age of the well, making the water salty. Washing of hands before meal is observed in small container by dipping their hands. In brushing of teeth, residents admittedly they are doing it once a day and using salt as their toothpaste. Likewise, taking a bath was limited once a day, for most of them are experiencing poor water supply. Even in changing of wet shirts due to strong perspiration was strongly observed in toddlers, but adult has option to change or not. On the initiatives of the LGU and the residents in improving the water sanitation and hygiene practices in the coastal areas, it was found that the community health workers had the most frequent visits as they continue to monitor the warming and sustenance of vitamin A to children aged 5 years old. Likewise, provision of free vaccination was evident to newborn from age 0 to 9 months. There was a sizable supply of newborn and occasionally free maintenance for senior citizens for hypertension and diabetes ailments. Other national agencies visited the study sites for the provisioning, regulating, and supporting services to the delight of many residents. However, for the marginalized group, happiness would be more than complete if financial assistance will also be extended to defray material cost and input to business startup. on the challenges encountered by the residents and LGU in practicing green economy on water, sanitation, and hygiene, the following were identified. Now, the practice of defecating directly into the sea is a great challenge due to absence of sanitary toilet, and the convenience of throwing feces into the sea is the comfortable practice. And the provision of community assistance, households longing for consistency, and the provision of used sacks to store garbage. Also, people are challenged by the adverse impact of climate change. Lastly, the lack of access to safe water supply, inadequate sanitation, and poor hygiene are among the leading causes to poor health and susceptible to critical illnesses. Thus, poor practices on water, sanitation, and hygiene, and the improper management of refuse add to potential risk of disaster. Now, the group was able to come up with a plan of action. Now, this was proposed to the local government units. Now, I would just like to emphasize the recommendation of constructing a vertical type of comfort rooms has already been implemented by the support, of course, of the LGU and the funding agency, the Good Neighbors International. On the basis of the findings of the study, we come up with this conclusion. The residents of the coastal areas learned about green economy only during the FGD, hence they are not aware of green economy. Nevertheless, they have been engaged in activities pertaining to waste management, environmental protection, and health and safety, which can be associated with green economy. Consequently, green economy contributes to a certain extent on residents' water, sanitation, and hygiene practices. On the basis of the findings of the study, the following were recommended. Since the residents in the coastal areas are not aware of green economy, the local government unit should establish partnership with people in the academe and private agencies who are engaged in information education campaign on green economy, particularly on water, sanitation, and hygiene. Immediate action to address the absence of toilet, which is the #1 problem why pollution increases below water and above surface. Since liquefaction and land subsidence is very evident, construction of toilet is recommended using a vertical structure on ground surface. It was also recommended that a provision on strict implementation, that there should be a strict implementation of waste management policies and ordinances to address the concerns on water pollution, poor health condition, among others. It is also recommended that linkages of LGU be intensified with government agencies to help the residents to have access to health services, training and other capability building programs, livelihood assistance, capital to start a business, and means of clean water like artisan wells. Lastly, strict implementation of the plan of action with the supervision of the research team and Good Neighbors International Philippines, including the monitoring and evaluation of the plan. Thank you very much. Thank you, Dr. Renuka.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Amelita Noguet. Now I will invite Dr. Tadio Rusoke. Please take the floor. Thank you.
Yes. Good evening from Uganda, and my name is Dr. Tadio Rusoke. I'm a conservation scientist from Kumba University and a research fellow with the Medical University of South Africa. And I'm a biodiversity research consultant at Africa One Limited. Yeah, let me try to share my screen now.
Yes, please.
Just a minute. Yes, my speech is written, but you allow me to share the PDF format of it. Thank you. I'm speaking about improving human-wildlife coexistence through implementing inclusive, sustainable conservation models in Africa. And the main aim of this speech is to highlight why it is important to improve on the human-wild-animal relations so as to improve on both livelihoods and reduce on the resentment between people and wildlife. Ladies and gentlemen, it's an honor and privilege for me to speak at the Global Sustainable Futures Network Progress Through Partnerships Annual Conference, anchored on the theme for creating sustainable knowledge infrastructure and mobilizing the power of transformative innovations for policy and practices for society and environmental challenges. And I wish to congratulate the 1,000 members spread over 118 countries across the globe. And I also wish to congratulate you upon celebrating the first anniversary on the 30th of November, 2021. And on a special note, I would like to thank you, Dr. Renuka, for inviting me to this network, which I joined last month, and for starting up this particular initiative on developing strategic transdisciplinary interventions for developing evidence-based sustainable pathways. Ladies and gentlemen, improving human-wildlife coexistence through inclusive, sustainable conservation models, like I said earlier, intends to secure livelihoods of communities farming at the boundaries of protected areas such as national parks, wildlife reserves, and game reserves across Africa and I think in other continents such as Asia. And I would like to highlight that in Africa, agriculture employs about 60% of the employable population, and agriculture alone contributes 30% of the gross domestic product in countries within the sub-Sahara of Africa. And here in Uganda, it contributes over 40% of the gross domestic product. So most farmers living inside or bordering protected areas across Africa will either rear livestock or grow crops. And some of these agricultural practices definitely contradict conservation objectives. They increase human-wild animal interactions, wild animal livestock interactions, and these lead to severe human-wildlife conflicts. So most of the conflicts will emanate from livestock and wildlife competition for pasture and water, human injuries through wildlife attacks, transmission of diseases, and loss of agricultural livelihoods, as well as destruction of farm structures by the wild animals. For example, I would like to highlight very fast, inside Queen Elizabeth, which is a man and biosphere reserve in Uganda, we have about 13 enclaves which host communities. These practice both fishing and some of them rear livestock amid roaming carnivorous species and herds of herbivorous species. So these are potential sources of human-wildlife conflicts, hence the need for coexistence within some of these protected areas. So the communities cannot be expelled from these protected areas because they have inherently lived in some of these enclaves, time immemorial. Like I had earlier noted, Queen Elizabeth is a man and biosphere reserve, and the need for humans and wild animals to exist to ensure sustainable livelihoods is imperative. I would like to take you back, highlight that the United Nations Education, Scientific and Cultural Organization between 1971 and 1975 launched the Man and Biosphere Reserve Program as an intergovernmental scientific program to establish a scientific basis for the improvement of relations between people and their environment, with specific focus aimed at identifying and assessing the changes in the biosphere resulting from human and natural activities in a particular context of climate change, studying and comparing the dynamic interrelationships between natural and near natural ecosystems and socioeconomic processes, ensuring the basic human welfare and a livable environment in the context of rapid urbanization, and energy as drivers of environmental change. And lastly, promote the exchange and transfer of knowledge on environmental problems and solutions so as to foster environmental education for sustainable development. But despite of this initiative, human-wildlife conflicts have persisted. Ladies and gentlemen, across Africa, conservation has majorly been anchored on traditional community-based natural resource management models, and these have failed to improve human-wildlife consistency as a people-centered approach to integration of conservation of the natural resources. Community-based natural resource management models aim to overcome poverty, hunger, and disease. Now, inclusive sustainable conservation models are just complementary community-based natural resource management models. Inclusive sustainable conservation models are based on scientific evidence to improve human-wildlife coexistence, build community resiliency, mitigate crop damage by wild animals, enhance crop protection, and can also act as alternatives to compensation, especially for livelihoods lost to wild animals. Now, in this particular speech, I highlight the buffer crop farmers model, which is a qualitative model that comes from my PhD study that aims at encouraging crop farmers bordering protected areas across Africa to adopt and grow buffer crops or non-palatable crops to mitigate wild animals from damaging the agricultural farms. You will note that growing of buffer crops, especially those which are commercial in nature, such as tea, coffee, simsim, cat, and chili, enhance income of protected area communities and, of course, strengthen livelihoods. Now, this model was tested and proved to be effective by 68.5% in mitigating crop damage by wild animals, especially around national parks where farmers majorly grow crops. Buffer crops create a low conflict barrier and act as a buffer, preventing other staple crops grown by farmers from damage by wild animals that stray from national parks. Therefore, inclusive sustainable conservation models can reduce poverty among farmers bordering protected areas, enhance food security contributing to zero hunger, and protect life on land, especially for the wildlife, through stopping resettlement of wild animals that damage farmers' crops. Implementing inclusive sustainable conservation model directly contributes to achieving Sustainable Development Goal number 1 on no poverty, zero hunger as Sustainable Development Goal number 2, and promotion of Sustainable Development Goal number 15 on protection of life on land, in this particular case, the wild animals. Yeah, I thank you so much for listening to me, but in the remaining few minutes, allow me to talk about my work. I had already mentioned that I'm a conservation scientist, lecturer, and researcher, and an author in tourism, wildlife, livelihoods, and climate change mitigation, as well as cultural studies at Nkumba University. I'm also a biodiversity research consultant at Africa One Limited. I'm a specialist in protected area systems and livelihoods development with 11 years of university teaching experience. And currently, I coordinate wildlife conservation programs at Nkumba University. I had earlier noted that I'm a visiting research fellow of tobacco control at Sefakomakato University in Pretoria, South Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to invite you to Toro Kingdom, which is found in Western Uganda. They happen to have co-authored a book. On the Great Kingdom of Toro, a book that focuses on discovering the friendly people of Toro, their amazing culture, and hidden treasures. I thank you so much for listening to me. Thank you so much, and God bless you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Now I will invite Sodamini Desai to present her speech. Sodamini.
Yes, ma'am. I hope I'm audible to everyone.
Yes, you are.
I'm just presenting my screen.
Sure.
I hope my slides are visible.
Not, okay, let me just have a look. Not yet.
Okay, just a second.
Yes, yes, they are, sorry. Yeah, perfect.
Okay, just a sec. Just.
Good.
Yeah. So good evening, everyone from India. Thank you, Thakur ma'am, for providing me the greatest opportunity at this youngest age to present my presentation in front of global people. I will be. I'm recently completed my MSc in Developmental Economics, and I am currently working in Global Tiger Forum on tiger reserves of India and 13 countries. So I'll be talking about a remarkable contract between two biggest industries in the world. One is Drax and another is Mitsubishi. They have entered a remarkable contract on carbon emission project. So I'll be talking on that. So to introduce the topic, why I have chosen this topic for my article and the presentation, it was assumed that more than 70% of the carbon emissions in the form of methane that was due to agricultural activities. It was assumed at a global scale. So 70% of the contribution was from the agriculture as per our baseline assumptions, but there are no significant evidence to prove that. If you can see the Delhi pollution in India, they also evident that it is because of the agricultural activities that are happening around the Punjab and Delhi region, but there is no evidence that to prove this is from the agriculture. So researchers and studies have took this as a research gap. Then they studied about this. Between 2008 and 2016. So they studied various sectors under which multinational companies were the main focus. So researchers have been conducted to understand the contribution of multinational companies towards carbon emissions across the globe. So during 2008 and 2016, it was estimated that 22% of the total carbon emissions were from multinational companies. So it was found that 22% is contributing alone from the multinational companies, which was not aligned with the assumption that 70% of the pollution was from the agricultural base. So realizing this 22% of the concentrations from multinational companies, many companies across the globe, even to quantify that, more than 100 companies have launched various green technology initiatives and entered various contracts, and they launched carbon reduction programs within the industries and intra-industrial programs. To give the company's descriptions, Drax is a renewable energy company that is based in the United Kingdom. It had already embarked its positions on a huge decarbonization project across the globe. It is not only confined to United Kingdom. So it is also a founding member of Zero Carbon Humber initiative by developing green technologies within the industries and spreading the green technologies across United Kingdom and at a global scale. And talking about Mitsubishi, this doesn't need a many detailed description, as you all know about Mitsubishi already. It is the motor company based in Japan. So this Japanese motor company, it has also its own stand at a global scale in culminating the green initiatives and entering various partnerships and entering various contracts to carbon reduction. And this project is one of the main projects under Mitsubishi and Drax. So to move to the description of contract, these both companies recently have entered into one of the largest contracts in reducing carbon emissions. There are also old contracts. There are also ongoing contracts between biggest industries across the globe. But this is one of the biggest carbon emission reduction project in United Kingdom especially. And if it gets estimated success, then it is going to be applied or implemented across globe in various largest industries. So in 2020, Drax tested two amine-based solvents developed by Japanese company and chosen one of those amine-based solvents to reduce the carbon emissions and to implement that solvent under this negative emissions project that has been signed between Drax and Mitsubishi. This contract is basically signed to meet the Paris Agreement goal of limiting global warming to 1.5 degrees Celsius. So there are many initiatives across the globe that you can see that there are many green technologies and many more initiatives, not only the industrial perspective, but also at an educational perspective, also at a different perspective that are taking place to limit the global warming to 1.5 degrees Celsius. But this contract is a major step towards limiting the 1.5 degrees Celsius global warming. This contract does not have only environmental aspect, but this has a huge economical aspect that is going to be impacting on United Kingdom economy also. So that I will be talking in the next section. So this talking about this project again, this is basically a pilot project that is designed by both the companies. It is designed basically for 12 months. So as of now, it is a 12 months duration pilot project. It is 12 months because they have designed it in such a way that in 365 days, both the companies will understand their own potentialities of both the companies to employ new technology that is going to be implemented in the long run if this project gets succeeded. This pilot project, it is estimated that under this pilot project, it is already capturing around 300 kgs of carbon per day. And for this technology, carbon emission capturing project, that is technology that is K21 has been adopted in both the companies. So the contract aims to reduce around 78% of the carbon emissions by the year 2035. This is the basic aim of this project or a contract. It is basically confined to United Kingdom for a pilot project. And as I have said before, that if it gets succeeded, then it will be implemented across the globe. So as a trials, Mitsubishi has already started its trials at various industries. Under Mitsubishi industry, it has already implemented this particular technology in 13 their plants, and it replaced coal with a sustainable biomass already to check this pilot project and the success rates to implement it in a long run. To talk about the impacts of this particular project, it has both negative impacts and positive impacts, and I'll be talking about need of ventures in this section. That is, it is the pilot project, as I have said before. This is already reduced around 85% in the emission in the carbon emissions. This is only a trial stage, but it has already been succeeded at a greater rate as it was estimated. And after this pilot project, it is implemented estimated that it can reduce around 16 million tons of carbons across the globe if it gets implemented in an effective way, at least in major industries of the major countries, which is accounting towards 1/3 of the requirement of net zero emissions by 2050 that has been estimated in a Paris Agreement. So Drax already recommended the United Kingdom government to achieve net zero emissions by 2050. Committee on Climate Change is already appointed in United Kingdom for framing effective policies, and they have suggested UK government that changes in existing policies and framing even stronger policies can help in achieving around 97% reduction in net zero economy. And rest of the 3% can be achieved through effective and long-term implementation of these stronger policies and frameworks throughout the world. It is not only confined with United Kingdom. I again reiterate it because it is very important that this pilot project should be implemented across the global scale as bigger industries enter into these kind of initiatives. That would be very big jump for a climate change mitigation strategies. And this contract can provide, as I have said, it is also an economic friendly project because it provides opportunities for the n number of the people of United Kingdom to find their new jobs, and this helps in generation of new kind of jobs across United Kingdom under green technologies, and hence it already boosting the United Kingdom economy in a greener way. So it can give a best boost to for a green economic growth. it is not only the case of generation of the employment, but it also helps in retaining the existing jobs of the people across United Kingdom. And it also helped in boosting the economy during COVID-19 by creating such jobs and making it cost friendly and making the technology very productive. It also helped UK government to boost their economy even during the pandemic times. So such contracts needs to be encouraged to promote environmental protection, not only environmental protection, but these can also be helpful in a boosting economies. So if one by one countries rely on green economies or green production, productive activities, then these kind of contracts will add more value to the climate mitigation addressing strategies. So these contracts should be encouraged at international organizations, global organizations, and these climate change strategies should address the grassroots problems, not only the biggest problems. So these biggest industries can help in such organizations and such industries to mitigate the climate change addresses. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sodhamini. Now I will invite Professor Mbibola Windopo. I know that she is not available, and she has delegated someone to yes, Johnson Aditu. So welcome to the stage, and please share your speech.
All right, thank you. Hi, everyone. I'm Johnson Adetuto. Permission to share my screen. Okay, sorry.
Yes, please.
All right, everyone. Sorry, can you see my screen?
Yes, we can see. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Yes, I'm Johnson Adetuto. I'm a postgraduate researcher at the University of Cape Town. I'm here today to represent Professor Abimbola Windopo of Department of Construction, Economics and Management, University of Cape Town, here in South Africa, to speak on a research topic titled Assessing the Structural Property of the Sandbag Wall for Alternative Housing Construction. Introduction. More than 20% of the world population lack adequate housing. And according to the United Nations report of 2019, it is estimated that over 100 million people are homeless. And even so, in South Africa, more than 200 people live without adequate shelter. More than 200,000 people are homeless in South Africa. And this is to tell us that the existing construction method and material that is being used are incapable of solving the problem of inadequate housing. The preponderances of the global construction industry are made up of traditional construction methods which are found to be wasteful, inefficient, and unsustainable. So with that, the scholars and the government of South Africa and the scholars all around the world has proven sandbag technology as one of the affordable and sustainable housing solutions to solve the problem of affordable and sustainable housing in the world. So the sandbag has been known to be used for, flood control, military embankment, and all. But recently, there has been innovation in the world where sandbag is used for construction. Surprising though, the sandbag uses locally available soil combined with woven bag filled with starch to form a building. And you can see from the diagram, these are examples of sandbag house. It can be a long bag or a short bag. And this is a typical example of a house that is being produced from this sandbag technology. And why are they using this sandbag technology? Number one reason is because it is a faster method of construction, It has ease of construction. The material we use sand, the material are readily available. It is sustainable and cheaper, and it requires little or no expertise is required. There is no professional that is required for the construction of sandbag. So with these advantages of sandbag has been widely adopted in so many countries. It has been used for construction of so many houses in the US, in Rwanda, in South Africa, in Burkina Faso, even in Egypt. And this has attracted a lot of research attention. A lot has been done on the method of construction and use of sandbag technology. Some researches has been done on the design method for earthbag, super adobe work, and dune. But despite all this existing knowledge on the area of sandbag technology, there are still some gap in knowledge. For instance, little or no research has been done on the standardized guideline on the use of material for sandbag construction. There is little or no research on the standardized specification of structural property of sandbag. And the current sandbag design are based on builders' experience, or they are based on try and error. Anybody can just come, let's try this method, it will work. And there is no standardized method of construction. There are no published structural properties and all on sandbag. So with that, this study investigates the behavior of sandbag under an initial compression when filled with dune sand and crusher dust. And these are the method of construction. The material method that is used. 3 tests were done. We did what we call the compressive load test. We did the frictional shear strength and for the wall stability to vertical loading. And these are the material we use. We use bag. The bag is a double stitch polyethylene made from recycled. The dimension when empty is 300 by 300 mm, and when filled is 290 by 290 by 75 mm. And these are the sand that we use. We use 2 kinds of sand for these tests. We use the dune sand and the crusher dust. And as you can see from the picture here, the grading curve is used to classify the size of the material. The dune sand particle are between 0.5 and 1 millimeter in size, while the crusher dust, on the other hand, shows that more than 55% of its particle is larger than 1 millimeter. You can see the finest modulus here was used to assess the quality of the material of the fine aggregate, and for the dune sand is 2.34 medium, while the crusher dust is 3.23, and that shows that it is coarse. Now, the design load used to inform the test, we based our load on a typical 75 meter square house, and we assumed that only the side wall was load bearing. The side wall, they were the load bearing. For the roof, we assumed a 120 millimeter thick reinforced concrete roof slab was on top. We computed the load that would be caused by external forces such as rainfall, wind, etc., using the SANS 10160/2 standard. And it's just the indication of what the service load are and the amount of loading the structure we need to withstand when in service. The ultimate load is the ultimate load the building we need to take. Now, when we equate it to the bag we need to use, we can say in terms of the service load that the bag needs to withstand 6 kilonewton for the service load, and the ultimate load, it will need to withstand 8 kilonewton. And for the compressive loading, we use 3-bag stack test. We did the test for both dune and the crusher dust respectively. The test was done using the Armstrong Rowley compressive machine. The loading of 12 millimeter per minute were applied, and the loading resistance was measured at every 30 seconds. The failure criteria that was used was when the bag tore and if there is a loss in resistance of the bag. So due to the availability of material, only dune sand was used for this test, the frictional strength test. The dune sand was tested by using the shear bus test in shear trap 3, and the fixed normal loading were applied, and the loading height was 1 millimeter per minute. So for the frictional strength test, 3 different loading were applied at 4.5 kilonewton, 9 kilonewton, and 13.5 kilonewton. And the vertical and horizontal displacement was measured using the linear variable displacement transducer, as shown in the picture above. And we computed the shear strength using the Mohr-Coulomb-Wheeler criterion. This is the formula, and that was what we used to compute the test. And for the wall stability, we were only able to do this test to the dome sand. Two types of wall were considered: the framed wall and the standalone wall. For the framed wall, the height is 1,000 meters and the length is 750 millimeter. And the vertical bonding was used for this frame due to the availability of the frame. For the standalone one, the height is 930 mm, while the length is 675 mm, and the mastery bonding were used. And the frame wall is made up of echo beam. This is essentially timber battens, that has a steel between the two, as shown in the figure. To hold the batten, 75 mm screw was used to screw each of the corner. And for once the wall was built, we placed a spreader beam on top and used a 250 kilonewton capacity transducer to apply the load. We applied the load at 5 kilonewton and an increment of 0.2 kilonewton per second. Now, for the frame wall, the initial load applied was 20 kilonewton, and for the standalone wall, the initial load applied was 5 kilonewton. And these are the findings. Now, we found out that the bag didn't fail while we conducted the test, but instead the extension limit of the AMSLA was reached, meaning we couldn't apply any more load. The maximum resisting load by dome sand was 42 kilonewton, and the crusher dust was 65 kilonewton. The reason why the crusher dust resisting more might have been because of the size of the particle. It is actually coarse. Why we use the fineness modulus to test the other time when I was showing, we deduced that crusher dust was more coarse than the dome sand. And you can see after the test, you can see that the crusher sandbag were actually perforated on top and bottom, while the dome sandbag was still in good condition. The reason still has to do with the coarseness of the crusher dust particle. And this is the frictional shear strength. We found that what we have here is a graph with the three results. On the x-axis, we have the horizontal displacement, and on the y-axis, we have the shear stress that we generated from the result. This is the normal loading when 13.5 kilonewton were applied, when 9 kilonewton were applied, and when 4.5 kilonewton was applied. And for the wall stability, for the framed structure, while we applied the load of 25 kilonewton, the wall remains stable. We noticed that the wall remains stable. There is no visible defects or sand detected. At 30 kilonewton, we heard the sound of the frame cracking was heard. And at 30 kilonewton, the wall still remains stable. But at 31 kilonewton, the wall failed. Sudden torsional failure with vertical frame buckling happened during the test. For the standalone wall, you can see from this picture, from 0 to 5 kilonewton, there was a light displacement while the load was applied on the top of the sandbag. And even from 10 kilonewton to 15 kilonewton, there was a slight stretch, and this wall failed at 15 kilonewton. And the conclusion, the 3 tests were done. We did the compressive loading, the frictional shear strength, the wall stability, and we used dune sand and crusher dust were conducted for vertical loading, while only dune sand was considered for the shear friction and wall stability test. The compressive loading, for the compressive loading, the bag was able to withstand the load far beyond what is designed for, and the load capacity of the bag is not the limiting factor. For the frictional shear strength, the frictional shear strength results comparable to those that were found in other study. And for the wall stability, we discovered that the wall stability is more than the governing factor that bag strength. So that shows that the echo frame is important to the wall stability. So this research is actually very important and is part of our current research. We are carrying out research on implementing affordable and sustainable housing solution across Africa. We've done a lot of research. This is just an aspect, the structural aspect of the research. We have done a desktop review of various researches that has been done on sustainable and affordable housing solution in Africa. We've done a lot of workshop conferences and all, and this is just an aspect of the research while we are gathering results to contribute to, sustainable and affordable housing solution, not only in Africa, but in global construction at large. Thank you for your attention. I still remain Adetoto Johnson, representing Professor Abimbola Undapo. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. And now I will invite Sri Ramnath Mandali to take the floor. And I will share the screens for him.
Good afternoon.
Yes.
Is it audible, ma'am?
Yes, you are audible. Let me open your slides, please.
I can open it, no problem.
Sorry? Sorry, what did you say?
Yeah, you can open it, ma'am.
Do you want to share?
Yeah. I already tried to share my screen.
Yes, then please share then. It will be good for you to have your own control.
Yeah, please.
Okay.
Can you just unshare it?
We can't see any sharing it now, please. Try again.
Yeah, 1 minute.
Yes, we can see now your phone.
Yeah, 1 minute. Actually, I have a laptop also. Unfortunately, the laptop is being hanged out.
Then should I share your screens if that is should I share your slides if that is difficult?
1 minute. I'm just returning to the meeting now.
Okay.
Am I able to share my screen now?
Do you want to share?
No, I'm sharing it now.
Okay.
Share screen, enter sharing key or meeting ID, is asking.
Well, it is open to share actually if you are in this. What is it asking you?
Meeting ID.
Okay, let me see. Is it okay if I share the screen then, your slides?
Yeah, please.
Yeah, okay. Okay, can you see the screen?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. You tell me when I need to move.
Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Ramnath Mandali, And I'm working on this green power free carbon technology for the last 6 years. My experience is in, I'm a research engineer, worked with GE and Alstom Power Services for the past 20 years. And I came out and I want to work for some innovative projects, which I'm working right now, especially in the IoT sector and the fleet analysis and energy sector, healthcare. Next slide. So I want to introduce the index is like, I want to introduce what are global energy demands and supply versus resources, energy growth, how the technology advancements are happening in the energy sector, energy harnessing methods. I want to work with some R&D industrial academic universities, mitigating risk and planning for the future, how we can do for the green energy. I want to show you some examples, a walkthrough about some of the latest advancements in energy. Next slide. So this just I want to show you how this global warming is been giving an alert for all the global people regarding the energy concern is there. As far as concerned, we can see most of the climate changes happening due to this carbon dioxide release. Already we have been gone through some of the previous presentations on the GHG emissions annually. So 3% of global carbon dioxide is being emitted, and the global leaders have been already taken some alert during the COP26 that is recently happened. And if you look at this, if you're not controlling right now, it is going to be predicted very heavily. And it being what we expect is totally the carbon dioxide levels, if you're not controlling, it cannot be controlled next 10 decades. So this is what we are trying to predict initially and try to control it as early as possible. That's a warning we are getting. Next slide, ma'am. So where it is exactly the environmental impact, especially in the energy resources, you can see most of the energy resources are coming from the water, air, and all the elements like land. So the demand has been increasing, carbon dioxide emissions, especially on the surface temperature, sea level temperatures also been increasing. So what the oil and gas business and renewable source of energy and global energy consumption, these are all key area which we have to look into that. All these are going to be impacted by the industrial area, and due to the rise of this carbon dioxide levels, now the global level is being increased to 435 ppm across the globe, which is going to be alarm for us. Can you go for the next slide? So this where exactly the global emissions, if you look at, we are going to show it in the pie chart, and we try to analyze it. Most of the industries are coming, most of the global emissions are coming from the industries area, as well as in the transportation. Nowadays, heavy industries have been working on in producing the transportation vehicles and air pollutions and everything. We are trying to control it, but still we are seeing these lot of emissions are coming from the transportation area, and also from the especially in the previous slide we have seen that most of them is coming from the buildings, energy uses in the buildings. The corporates and MNCs are the major criteria which we are seeing. You can see the statistics from the World Bank report which have been taken out from this. And so many other areas also we have seen, but they are very less contributed in the global emissions. So I have been taken these three concerns. Majorly, we can identify it wherever we can rectify it. We try to remedy it. A lot of innovations can be happens in this global sustainability area. Next slide. So in the future, if you look at the OECD organization, energy consumption demand is trying to implement it. These are the countries which we are looking into identify initially, And the areas which I try to already we have done this pie chart analysis, and then we try to analyze it where exactly we need to focus it. The four areas we can implement it in the global reductions of carbon dioxide is residential, commercial, and so all these four areas in the next 2050 is going to be very, very huge energy demand is been coming up. So we need to be take care of, and we need to do a lot of innovations in this area as per the EIA report. Next slide. So where this carbon dioxide generally the sources are coming, if you look at, we have done the prehistorical data, collected a lot of information, and then we analyzed where exactly it is coming from and where it is going in. So the carbon dioxide is coming mainly from the industrial, changing land uses, volcanoes, and weathering reports. So slowly it is gradually increasing in the atmospheric, and then we are not able to try to capture it and not store it properly, or we cannot transform it properly. So those are the areas which we are trying to use it. We call it as a carbon capturing and storage system, CCU, which has been a recent advancements people are working on. Highly research is going on in how we can develop these kind of technologies to capture this carbon dioxide across the globe and try to store it in a proper way. And also we can try to accumulate it in for the useful way, not in the harmful way. So this is before the industrialization and after industrialization, how it is being evaluated. This chart is I just given a screenshot where it is exactly the problem is here identified. Next slide. And also I'm trying to help the engineering university students the help of giving this how much heat energy, the latent heat of energy, and especially how much energy that we need to produce it from all these industries, especially in the oil industry, gas industries, and coal industries, and try to explain that, okay, if you are not emitting carbon dioxide, what else we can do? Whether we can dissolve this carbon hydrogen into different area, and how much energy that we require, what are the innovative strategies that we need to go on to break down this carbon versus hydrogen, as we are all working on the carbohydrates. So those energies areas, and if you look at this chart, it gives a clear alarm for the carbon dioxide emissions. If you are trying to combust it in the industrial area, it's a huge impact is been going on. So why don't we unnecessarily using a lot of energy to extract carbon dioxide from the industry resources? Why don't we go for other part of element like hydrogen and carbon separately? So this gives some idea of how much energy is being left in each of the industries. Next slide. So to come back with what I said earlier, the resources and how we are trying to break down the alternative source of energy, people are looking into a lot of other resources of energy. Why we had to go for coal? Why we had to go for oil? Is there any other resource of energy is there or not? So people are looking into the most of the advanced technologies in the renewable source of energy. Why don't we use the natural energy for it? And then how can we break down into resourceful energy like hydrogens, water has been a breakdown into hydrogen and oxygen levels. So which is really useful instead of breaking that carbohydrates to carbon dioxide, which is harmful. So this is the next era, next 10, 20 years and 30 years being coming as most of the renewable source of energy like wind, solar, natural gases, biofuels, nuclear, all these are coming into the picture. So how we are divided into those useful energy, they have converted into green hydrogens, blue hydrogens, green ammonia and blue ammonia. All these technologies are coming now, which is really useful and reducing the carbon dioxide reduction in the atmosphere. So this chart I am trying to give this some synthetic way of doing that carbon-based fuels. We can also convert this into a really useful fuels. like methane and hydrogen. Next slide. Man. So I divided into mainly into the 5 elements of carbon-free technologies, which I can say is employee energy efficiency, decarbonization, power supply, economy-wide electrification, zero carbon fuels. Especially this is very important, zero carbon fuels. When you're looking into alternate source of energies and alternate fuels, most of them are really already being captured in the world with the solars and wind energy. And now the advanced technologies are coming CHP is carbon heat and power energies like biomethane, biomethane gas evolutions and some time of combustions on carbon capturing and removal systems also being coming into picture where we can the fossil fuels can be still go for negative emissions in that. So these technologies are very important. So that's why we have to look at all these 5 steps where we can really organize into that. How can we reduce the carbon dioxide? Next level. So this is our industry is having the goal for the net zero accomplishment, where you can see this is a methodology I used to follow for almost last 10 to 15 years. We try to execute and explore the carbohydrates and the carbon dioxide emissions in the atmosphere. And how to measure is very important. This is a measurement analysis is being done by the sensors, accurate sensors that is being trying to develop and manufacture, fabricated, which is a very tedious job and also being required lot of investments. Analyzing is the part where we are using these IoTs and advanced artificial intelligence and machine learning techniques. And then we try to develop a model to predict what is happening in the next 10 to 15 years by this thing. So this will really help all the university students and researchers to work on this cycle to analyze this and achieve and try to accomplish the carbon dioxide reduction and green carbon technology. Next slide, man. So what else we can do for these carbon dioxide emissions? I try to analyze this life evolution process of different technologies available other than carbon. So if you look at the coal, biomass, coal firing, natural gas, biomass, all these, if you look at the chart, the carbon dioxide equivalent per kilowatt hour and reducing, we are trying to reduce the carbon footprint very rapidly by using these advanced green power technologies like solar PV and solar geothermal, solar concentrated and hydropower nuclear. Nuclear is a non-renewable source of energy, but still it is a very good opportunity for us if we are trying to introduce nuclear energy across the globe as one of the green carbon-free technology. And the wind offshore and wind onshore is also being available right now, where we can reduce the lot of carbon footprints by using this technology. Most of them are intermittent, but the technology is right now, if you go for hybrid technologies, like if you want to combine the solar with the wind, or solar with the thermal, or solar with the biomass with the geothermal, like that, if you can try to develop this, we can also increase the efficiency. That's where the energy concepts are very interesting topics. The next 20 to 50 years, we would like to do a lot of research in this, how we can better combine these renewable source of energy with the greenfield energies. Next slide, ma'am.
Yes, Sri Ramnath, you will have to wind up this quickly because I think you have loads of slides, but if you can finish it in a few minutes, that would be appreciated.
Yes, ma'am. I'm completing now. Another 2 slides. So this is how you can see this. Most of them are transport business. If you look at this, electrical, biofuel, and hydrogen. So we are looking for these energy transformations, one of the key area which we have to work on. Ma'am, can you just go for the next few slides? I want to explain it, the battery technologies.
Yeah, tell me where should I stop?
Slide number 20.
Okay.
19. Yeah, and this is the battery technologies for the EV and grid. This is the advanced technologies. The hybrid energy storage systems is a feature. Most of them are right now are under already in the progress. So we had to work on this, and we are also working on these technologies right now. Next slide, ma'am. So clean energy is how we have converted this electric grid infrastructure, and how the hydrogen, the blue energy is being taken over in the next few years in converting all this heat energy and the gas energy. Like next slide, ma'am. You can go to the slide number 24.
Which one?
24. So guidelines to achieve zero carbon emissions is the steps which I have given. It's especially we need to increase the solar and wind capacity, and eliminate most electricity energy from coal, maintain current natural gas generation, and we need to increase the sales share of building heat pumps by 50%. So all these steps we need to follow for carbon-free world. And last is, can you just put the next slide for energy frame model? So this is the frame model. It's already been developed by IEA, which is really important for the energy concerns. They have been developed this framework, the transformations and the final energy demands and energy service demand, how each and every particular specific areas have been divided, and most of the people are taking care of this technology. So a lot of things like coal to liquid and gas to liquids, coal to gas is the technologies we had to work on. And the last and but not least, the future R&D project, 28 slide number.
Yeah.
So these, I explain all those things, follow up, and we would like to work together in the GSFN community in R&D project. There are a lot of opportunities in developing.
Is it this one?
28.
$38?
28, man, 28.
Oh, sorry, 28.
Yeah. So this is how future R&D projects, there are a lot of government policies in each and every country, and the university collaborations is required for doing this R&D project. And we have given just a glimpse of all these projects which are right now in the market, and a lot of people are doing it, and university is also helping all the people to develop this kind of technology. So thank you very much for giving me the opportunity. I have given some examples on green power projects, which is already been there in the market. A lot of people are already installed many power plants, and also carbon free projects has been installed all over the world. So those things have been given in this presentation. Maybe ma'am can share this to all the people who are interested. And then looking forward to contribute much more. Thanks for giving me this opportunity, ma'am. Anything?
Thank you. Thank you very much. I will share your presentation with everyone here, so don't worry. And probably we'll get some another time to listen to your full presentation, maybe next month or something. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for all.
All right. So now we have Shivedita Singh. Hello.
Hello, ma'am. Yes.
Yes, welcome.
Thank you, ma'am. Shall I share the screen?
Yes, please.
Yeah.
Yes, we can see the screen.
So, hello everyone. Hi. Okay. Shall I start, ma'am?
Yes, please.
Okay. Hello everyone. I hope you are doing well in the session. So this is the recent project that we started with the name Energy City, and I thought to present here to get the sense of how it connects with the people. So Energy City is the idea that extends the concept of net zero buildings. How the buildings interact in the cities, and looks at the more holistic way to manage the energy in our cities. So it is about building the cities of the future. So if we will look at the net zero buildings scenario in the world, then the energy consumption by the building sector is around is 1/3 of the total global energy emissions, which as per 2019 report of EIA, it amounts to around 35%. And we can assess the amount of greenhouse gas emissions, which is around 40%. This is even more problematic, because as we go forward from here, the amount of buildings that are going to be constructed are huge, especially as you can look through the second figure. If we look in the Asian and the non-OECD countries, then there is from 2010 and 2020 to 2050, there is around 50% growth in the construction that is going to take place, which means that is enormous, and bringing energy efficiency in this building is very crucial if we want to build and reach the targets of our decarbonized economy. So if we will look at the breakdown of the energy consumption in India, then out of the 30% energy that is consumed by the buildings, the commercial sector accounts for 1/3, around 33%, and the residential sectors to around 70%. If we will further look at where we are using this energy, so in the commercial building sector, around 50% of the energy is getting used by the HVAC itself. So as the study says, if we focus on the areas of building, designing better building envelope, then we can tap on this potential. Looking at the segment of the energy in the residential buildings, the similar patterns follows, where we have around 50% space in the cooling and the heating. It mainly goes around cooling in India. So there we can tap the potential. In residential buildings, as we all know that each building is unique, so there are more factors that comes into consideration while we are managing the energy here. So the research studies says, as the study that I've mentioned was taken in Tier 2 city of India, which is in a multi-story complex. So it gives preference to such complexes over single-story complexes. Then integration of PV technologies and other sources of energy. Like here in this study, when they integrated the PVs, there was around 37% improvement in the energy savings. So this is one of the beneficial aspects. Then they say about focusing more on the operational aspects of the energy consumption, which amounts to around 89 to 90%. And if the consideration goes from here, we can think about improvement in the concrete blocks and the embodied energy, which is mainly involved in the construction processes. So going from here, so when we are focusing on the building in the silos, there are problems in maintaining the sustainabilities, especially if you will look into the conditions of India. People won't agree with you to go with your programs for energy management, because it is not saving them much. So to remove those hurdles, and also there are problems with accepting the integration of technologies, especially in these communities. So to bring out the beneficial aspects, both in terms of energy efficiency as well as the financial aspects, we can go for an integrated approach. So as we see, it is one of the studies that was conducted by Asia Clean Energy Forum. So we can go from looking the buildings in the silos to the community level integration, which not only helps us in improving the energy efficiency at a large scales, but there is better opportunities for integration of solar, PVs, and wind energy wherever site permits that. So this is one of the possibilities where we can look for the integrations. Further, going from this buildings to the systems approach to the cities approach, there are possibilities of integration through the mobility, water, food, waste. While we are looking at the buildings in the silos or as a system, we are missing these holistic factors, the ways we and the buildings are interacting in the cities. So while we are looking at the city level approach, we can look at the ways the building is getting used at the intersection of these very crucial aspects of mobility, water use, food, waste, water, and so on. Thirdly, the possibility of integration does not just go bottom up. It is about being flexible. In one of the studies that was conducted, there are some of the aspects which favors approaching the things from the buildings scale or the community scale, like as we say on the case of PV integration. And there are aspects which are more favorable for the cities aspects as district heating and cooling system. So building, keeping the flexibility in shifting from the buildings approach to community approach to cities approach as it fits the system gives us a more holistic view and the more holistic ways to manage the energy in our communities, and also direct the policies along with. So last but not the least, the one aspect that we mostly miss while we are looking at the specs of energy in general or the cities in general are the ways our cities designed not around the crucial aspects in which we live, like security, health, well-being. So bringing those aspects while designing these cities is equally important. So our goals further from here are, we are building a data framework which will look at each of the which will segment the particular sites on the basis of climate, and then will prioritize each of the variable based on its assessment, which should be taken at buildings level or systems level or the community level. So we are preparing that framework, seeing the methodologies and the ways we can collect the data. The next work will be the site assessments and the financial flows within those sites. These will be our case studies, and based on the same we'll be contacting with the policymakers. And the last is our energy management programs, which our plan is to keep the factor of trust the most important in it. So it will be involving the people in the assessments as well as in the whole management programs. So as our vision goes from here, it is not just about decreasing the energy consumption or putting the energy uses in the best possible manner, but it is about us, it is about people, the choices they are making, the way we are living in the community, about our health, well-being, and how we belong. So this was from my side. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sivedita. So now I will invite our speakers of fourth session, Mobilizing the Power of Innovation. And I am very pleased to invite plenary speaker Philip Vergraet. I think Philip is not here. Maybe we can go to the next speaker and we will allow him as soon as he appears. Okay, so the next one is Zek Abdi. We are on time. And maybe they will appear soon. So let us go to the next speaker, Ben Baker. And I can see Ben Baker is already ready. Hello.
There we go. We got to take the mic off. It's always good when we turn our mic on.
Yes, exactly. So yes, please welcome to the floor.
Thank you. I want to tell everybody about the story of change. Now, change, everybody, is a challenging thing. Change is something that either people are excited about, they have trepidation, or they fear. And I want to take you guys all back to a time in your life that most people remember. So close your eyes. Close your eyes and come with a journey of me when you changed schools, whether it's a new elementary school, a new high school, a middle school, whether you was a natural progression as you were getting older, or you changed cities, or you changed where you lived in the city. But go to that day, that first day of school, as you're walking into a new school for the very first time. And take a look around. Take a look at how unfamiliar things are. That there are people there that you've never met. Were you early? Were you late? Did the bell just ring and you have absolutely no idea what to do? Did you come to school with your best friend? Or are you walking into a situation where you know absolutely no one? Do you have an older brother and sister that are there with you? Or are you absolutely by yourself? Do you know what you need to do next? Do you know how to handle things? Are you confident? Are you ready to move forward? Or are you holding back? And we all need to be thinking about these things. Now, what I want you to do is I want you to open up your eyes and tell me, how do you feel? Now, you can put the message in the chat and chat with each other through this because it's an important thing. How do we feel? How do we feel when there's change in front of us? How do we change? How do we deal with the fact that, you know what? There's the unknown. There are factors that we don't understand. There's things that we're unsure of. We don't know whether things are going to be positive, they're going to be negative, whether things are going to work or they're not going to work. And that is a thing that we need to keep in mind whenever we're telling the story of change, whenever we're trying to help other people get to where we are, because as the person who is leading the change, you're already bought in. You know where you're going. You're sure of what you're doing. You know what is being done is right in your mind. But the question is, do the people that you're leading, do the people that you wish to influence, do the people that you're talking to believe in the change in the same way you do, or are they unsure? Are they scared? Are they skeptical? And until you can understand where they are, how they feel, what's important to them, what are the things that motivate them, what are the things that scare them, what are the things that drive them, they're not going to go along on the journey with you. We all think differently. We all look at situations and some of us sit there going, you know what? That's great. Let's move forward. Let's move forward now. Now it can't happen soon enough. I see the direction that I'm going clear as day. And there's others that look at it and go, I'm not sure what's around that corner. Is that going to hurt me? Is that going to help me? Is it going to benefit me? Why are we doing this? Why are we changing? And we need to understand that the people that we're with, their feelings matter. And their feelings are important because when you're telling the story of change, it's not about you. It's about bringing them along on the journey because they are in a different part of that journey that you are, and you need to bring them along. Now, I tell people when you're creating a story, and I've been telling people how to tell their stories for 25 years. I've been in the communication game for 25 years now. I started off in direct mail. I teach people how to build their brands. I teach people how to communicate effectively and have done so for a quarter of a century for clients around the world. And whenever I'm talking to a client, it says that, the future favors the bold. We need to have a clear vision of where we're going and what we're trying to do and why we're trying to do it. Because is not a good enough answer. The obvious answer, the one that's right in front of you, is not obviously the best one at times. You need to have an answer that not only resonates with you, but is going to resonate with the people that you want to rally behind it. And you need to figure out what is going to motivate the people and bring them along on the journey when you're building your story, because that story is designed for them to understand, for them to value, for them to act upon it, for them to internalize a story, recall it, and retell it to others. That's why you tell a story. You tell a story because it internalizes it in other people's psyche. They sit there and say, I get it. I'm along for this journey because I see where we're going. I see why we're going in this direction. I see where we come from, what the challenges are, what are the frustrations, how going in this direction is going to fix those frustrations, and how me being involved in this project is going to allow this project to move forward. And whether that's a project within your own particular office, or this is a worldwide climate change scenario, we all need to sit there and realize there are levels of people that are going to be part of this program, and we need to make sure that that story resonates with different people in different ways, but it motivates people in ways that they're going to take action on their own accord. Because not everybody is going to be at the front of the line. Not everybody is going to sit there and go, you know what, I'm in 100%. Let's go. Let's move forward. I'm there. Some people are going to hold back and sit there going, you know what, let's see how everybody else does. Let's let other people trip on those landmines. Let other people fall in that hole. Let other people peek around that corner and see what happens. And then maybe, if things don't look too scary, if things are not, so terrible, maybe I'll join you. And the story needs to be for those people as much as it is for people that are willing to lead the charge. We need to motivate the people to lead the charge. Absolutely. No question about it. But those people, for the most part, get bought in early. The people that already believe what you believe, the people that are passionate about what you're passionate about, are going to fall into step and fall into line fairly quickly. They're going to get it. They're already down the path. They already understand the why. They already understand that, hey, listen, if we do this, we're going to be able to achieve that. And I believe in that. So I'm going to get involved. But the question is the majority. Forget the passionate minority. Forget the people that are the leaders. Forget the people that are aligned with your cause already. Think about the majority. Think about the people that are sitting there going, I'm not quite sure yet. I'm not aligned with this cause. I think it's a good idea, but I'm not sure why or how do I get involved, or why does my opinion or my actions or my money matter? And we need to think about those people and build stories that speak to those people in their language. And you need to be bold about it. You need to be able to paint a picture like being in that school on the first day of school, and have that vivid picture in their minds of why they need to move forward, why they need to open that door and move forward, and why moving backwards doesn't make any sense whatsoever. So stories enable you to do that. They tell people where you've been, where you are, where you're going, why you're doing it, why they should care, and how they can get involved at their level. And you're going to tell that story differently depending on who you're talking to. That story is going to be different to a CEO than it is to people on the shop floor. It's going to be different to a head of state than it is going to be to an organized crowd. And we need to think about, how do we tell that story in ways that resonate with the people that are in front of us at that time? How do we use the language that resonates with them? How do we get them to sit there and perk up, lean forward and say, hey, I get it. I understand what we're trying to achieve, how we're trying to achieve this. And I understand why I belong. Because when they believe that they belong, they are more motivated to be able to take action. And if they don't believe that they belong, they will hang back. They will look forward and they'll sit there and say, yeah, that's nice. You guys go ahead. You guys climb that hill. You guys peek around that corner. I'm not quite there yet. And everybody is a different level. And we need to think at the level that people are at and motivate them and tell the story in a way that resonates with them. So the big thing is, leave no person behind. It's a military saying that resonates everywhere. You know, we all sit there and say, okay, we're going to motivate these people, but we're going to forget about these people because, you know what, they're not as important to us to the cause. The question is, in order to be able to do that, we need to look and say, who are the quiet people that are sitting in the corner not saying anything? Who are the people that might be influencers, that might be people that actually could write a nice big check, the people that could influence people to move forward, and that are quietly sitting in a corner and they're skeptical. And they're not going to do anything until their opinions are heard, until they understand why they're valuable and why you understand that they're valuable to the cause. So we need to be able to take their look and say, okay, who are the different people with different dynamics in this group? How are they part of this group? How do we align them with this group? How do we get them motivated? How do we get them to believe that they matter? And it all comes with listening to people and taking a look and saying, you know what? Everybody's got a different opinion. Everybody is not looking at this exactly the same way that I do. Everybody has got a slightly different thought process about how we should move forward. And at least be able to sit there and go, okay, what do you think? What are your thoughts on this? What do you see as the next best course of action? How would you handle this situation? And you may agree with it. You may not agree with it. But the fact that you took the time and you didn't ignore these people and you listened to their concerns and you gave them validity and you sit there and go, okay, I now understand this from a different point of view. Maybe we need to incorporate this into our charge forward, into our story, into our reason for being. The group becomes more strong and it becomes better and it becomes more holistic. And those people will bring along people like them. And when we sit there and go, okay, this person is able to bring up a different opinion, a different thought process, a different way of looking at things. And that may not, be exactly the way I think. It may not be exactly the way I want to do things, but by incorporating what they think into the overall plan, into the overall idea, we can make this idea broader and we can make this idea better and we can bring more people into the fold. Then isn't it worth listening to them? And I think that that's what we need to be thinking about as an organization. Now, this is my last slide and I'm going to leave it with you. And then I'm going to give you guys all a gift. If we are not aligned, we cannot move forward. And life is really that simple. We need to make sure that we are aligned, that we have everybody within the organization, everybody within the team, understanding what the next steps are, where we are, where we're going, how we're going to get there, and why they matter. And it can't just be a story that you tell once. It's a story that you got to tell over and over again, and you need to live that story. You can't have that story not be authentic. If this is what you believe and this is what you want to do and this is the way you want to do it and this is the way you want to treat people, and that's a story that you're telling, you need to live that every single day. And so does everybody within the organization. And there has to be challenges to the people that aren't doing that. and sit there and say, listen, as a group, this is what we believe. This is what we are trying to do. This is what we're passionate about. This is how we are going to be going ahead and working together in order to achieve our goal. And we need to make sure that everybody in the group understands what it is, because every single person who's part of that group, that is aligned with that group, that is part of that brand, all of a sudden becomes an ambassador of that brand, a representative of that brand, and a spokesman for that brand. And if what they're saying, even if on the fringes, even on, in a small situation deep in a corner somewhere, is misaligned with what the overall objectives and passion and culture of the organization and the objectives are, then what you're doing is you're creating confusion. And people are going to sit there going, well, do I listen to this or do I listen to this? Do I believe this or do I believe that? So you need to make sure that everybody is on the same page. Everybody is speaking the same language. Everybody has the same ideas and thought processes and language and story to tell. Because if we could do that, we become a far more powerful organization. So I want to leave you with one thing. I've written 2 books. They're called Powerful Personal Brands, A Hands-On Guide to Understanding Yours. And during the pandemic, I wrote Leading Beyond a Crisis. And I want to give a PDF copy to anybody who emails me. So if you email me at ben@communicateyourwhy.com, I will send you a PDF copy of one or both of those books. So it's ben@yourbrandmarketing.com. I hope you found this valuable, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ben. Thank you. Now I will invite, whom I have to invite now? Let me just, sorry. So I will invite Eva Duda to present her speech. Eva. Is Eva not here? I saw her before. Okay. Let us see who else is there. Yes, it is Tina's turn. Yes, Tina, please welcome. Take the floor, please. Tina?
I'm here.
Yeah.
One moment. I'm just setting up my slides.
Yes, please. Thank you.
So good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Dr. Thakur, for this lovely introduction and for our first year together as a network in this annual conference, working towards a sustainable future. My presentation is entitled Development Strategies and Decent Work, and I'm looking particularly at the case of Jamaica's free zones. It's taken from a section of my major research paper. And the SDG focus, and this is how it is aligned to the vision and the mission of the network, is decent work and economic growth. So for the purpose of our audience to see what a free zone is, I have pictures of 2, the Kingston Free Zone, which is in the capital of Jamaica at the top right, and the Montego Bay Free Zone at the bottom right. In terms of the presentation.
Tina, your screen is like your face looks a bit awkward.
Blurry.
Yeah, because the screen, I think it is a slideshow behind you or something. It's just making it weird.
All right. One moment.
This is better if you are just presenting the slides.
All right. So My presentation outline, I'll be defining some key concepts, and then I'll be looking at the free zones on the import substitution industrialization, free zones on the export-oriented industrializations, and the more current free zone strategy, which is upgrading free zones to special economic zones. I'll be making some policy recommendations based on the ILO's decent work framework, and to also look at what are some of the limitations or blind spots and future directions. So definition of key concepts. And we don't want to assume that everyone here knows what a decent work or what a development strategy is. So this is laying the framework. Development strategies are general objectives that are used to guide government policies and agencies within a country to achieve specific development goals. For example, in this context, the free zone to create employment, to promote economic growth. That is an example of a development strategy. And this definition comes from the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development. Decent work, while decent work means different things to all of us, for the purpose of research and policy, we are going with an institutional definition from the ILO. Decent work is remunerative, secure, respects human dignity, and develops the capacity of the worker. In terms of how we are going to measure decent work, it's based on 4 pillars: respect for core labor standards, fostering policies to promote full employment, right to social protection for workers, and right for social dialogue between workers, employers, and governments. And in terms of a free zone, they are geographically delineated areas. They are separate or cut off within a country, and they are used for exports and to attract foreign direct investment. So this first slide deals with the first major development strategy implemented under the Michael Manley government administration of Jamaica from 1972 to 1980. And just to give you some backdrop, when you think of the small island developing country of Jamaica, people think of reggae music. People think of the sand, the sea, the sun, the warmth of the people. But in terms of our history, we were a colony of Britain, and we entered the international world economy from a very deprived colonial structure. So majority of our early years of development, especially the first 10 years, 1962 to 1972, it was really focused on restructuring the economy, promoting economic growth. But this particular administration from 1972 to 1980 used import substitution industrialization as a development strategy that encouraged greater state involvement in reducing social inequities and chronic unemployment. The second point I'd like to highlight is that under this administration, through the free zone strategy, was that there was significant budgetary allocation, estimated Jamaican $603.8 million dedicated towards social services, upgrading skills of the population, quality education up to the tertiary level, and investment in infrastructure and technology. The Kingston Free Zone, which is our first free zone, was first established in 1976 as a warehouse distribution facility. It employed a total of 3,180 workers, primarily women in garment assembly. There are other sectors of work in the free zone, such as manufacturing, food processing, and ethanol production, but these are highly relevant on highly skilled workers. In terms of the wage structure, workers were paid US 40 to US 63 per week, and they were protected by trade unions. There was passage and enforcement of national labor laws, such as the Industrial Dispute and Labor Relations Act, Equal Pay Act, Maternity Leave Act, and the ratification of 20 ILO conventions pertaining to minimum wage fixing, right to organize, right to collective bargaining since 1962. And there was also better career advancement for workers in the free zones because of the high quality training and skill development. However, despite the heavy investment in the social side of development, despite the fact that there was an attempt to create decent work, the major failure of this government administration using the free zone strategy was on the side of economics. This free zone strategy failed due to high national debt accumulation, approximately 800 million towards the end of the 1970s. And there was restriction on capital inflow and foreign direct investment. So we face a capital flight of investors leaving the country, and this model crumbled. So there was decent work creation, but not a balance with economic growth, which takes me to the second era. Free zones under export-oriented industrialization, taking a look at the Edward Seaga years, 1980 to 1989. So as a result of learning from the first generation of free zones, Seaga was elected on a conservative platform to restore economic growth and create a more investment-friendly environment. He then went on to create the human employment resource and training to equip persons with skills and knowledge for an evolving labor market. And then establishing two additional free zones, the Montego Bay Free Zone, which was shown to you earlier in the slide, and the Garmex Free Zone. Exports and foreign direct investment accounted for US 23.7 million during this era for Jamaica's free zone. Employment was also created and significantly increased up to 28,000 persons. However, there were poor working conditions, low wages, US 60 cents an hour, and a national workers' strike in 1988. Over 15,000 women workers from the free zone protested for better wages and better working conditions. Under this model, trade unions were strictly prohibited from representing and organizing workers in the free zone. This free zone strategy failed due to relocation of corporations because of the investment climate, because of the national strike, because of the red tapes as it relates to the investment environment, and eventually economic decline of the services sector of Jamaica. Now we head into the more recent free zone strategy, free zones being upgraded to special economic zones. Having learned from the first two generations of the free zone strategy to create decent work and promote economic growth, the primary objective of the Andrew Holness administration is to promote economic growth, but particularly through job creation. So he wants to strike a balance between the two instead of focusing on one goal at the expense of the other. So the focus of this regime is to create higher value added jobs, establish backward linkages that benefit the local economy, and attract foreign direct investment. We have implemented a 2016 Special Economic Zones Act that provides special incentives for investors, corporate income tax, employment credit, no restrictions whatsoever on capital movement and profit repatriation. In terms of training people, HEART, Human Employment and Resource Training, trains people in areas such as customer service support, basic computer knowledge, and communications. And in terms of partnerships, we have partnered with the Inter-American Development Bank, which gives HEART US 130 million to do this kind of training to upgrade people and prepare them for the jobs in the free zone. However, the downside to the training is that majority of the jobs that are created within this new regime, they are still heavily reliant on low-skilled workers. 70% of them are secondary level school graduates, and they work in customer support services in call centers. In terms of the wages, we don't want to generalize and say that wages are low or wages are high. but wages based on the reports, the case studies, the content analysis of oral testimonies given by workers, wages range as low as US $3.95 an hour and as high as US $1.14 per week. In terms of the working hours, the general or the composite picture is that there are long working hours, poor working conditions, occupational health and safety hazards, especially in the time of COVID, especially given the nature of call center work within the zones that is dependent on strict management, meeting very serious performance target. Workers come down with stress, anxiety, headaches, backaches, and there is also limited or no social protection in terms of the benefits they receive. Trade unions under this model, they are still not allowed to organize and represent workers. And in terms of the downside for investing in the free zones, only 10% of the free zones have been granted special economic zone status due to red tape problems. For example, the paperwork process to register to upgrade. So what are my policy recommendations in terms of how we can balance off promoting decent work while ensuring that there is a strong and robust environment for economic growth and foreign direct investment? For decent wages, conduct periodic assessments and adjust the statutory minimum wage using the Consumer Price Index and the state of the economy as indicators. 2, according to the ILO, minimum wage is not enough for workers to survive in this present economy. We need a living wage. Design and implement a living wage framework for workers starting at the sector level. It is better to start at the sector level than at the national level, as that is more practical to do. 2, decent working conditions. Strengthen legal protection for workers against victimization and workplace discrimination. Increase skill development, education, and training to equip workers for higher value added jobs such as engineering, manufacturing, legal services, advanced information technology. 3, social protection and occupational health and safety. Dedicate budgetary allocation towards social protection and benefits for workers in precarious employment arrangements. Expand infrastructure. We have started that, but it's not present in all of the free zones and all of the sectors. Expand the infrastructure to include clinics, daycare centers, and psychosocial services for workers. And in terms of social dialogue, enforce compliance with ILO standards in agreements with foreign investors while maintaining the special incentive package. And for the work that the ILO has done, compliance as it relates to labor standards is lower in developing countries like Jamaica. So it is important that we put in place institutional mechanisms to recognize and support trade union representation. In terms of limitations and future directions, limitation number 1, there's no disaggregated data available on workers. So workers according to their age group, their gender, their sex, their location, that is currently not available. That's one major limitation. 2, there's poor management of records, lack of robust monitoring of the free zone performance, and a lack of wage structure breakdown on workers in different sectors within the zone over a particular period of time. 3, there is a limited concrete statistical and qualitative data on COVID-19 disproportionate impacts on Jamaican workers in the call center jobs within the zones. And then in terms of future directions, I really think that we should explore emphasis on workers in rural areas, because zones are now moving closer to those areas instead of workers leaving rural to urban, and alternative strategies that are used by workers and trade unions to ensure decent work. And my final point in terms of future direction, to look at the role that artificial intelligence plays in modernizing work in the free zone. What are the social, economic, political, cultural ramifications? for ensuring decent work and economic growth. And my closing point that we want to look at, any development strategy that is implemented by a government or country should not simply focus on job creation, but the quality of jobs created for people. This is the end of my presentation, and I welcome any questions or feedback.
Thank you, Tina. Thank you very much. So now I will invite Eva Duda to take the floor. Eva.
Yes, I am. Thank you very much. So I try to oh yes, may I share the what can I would like to share my presentation, but I don't know if I have the opportunity.
Yes, you do have. Can you see the green button, share screen?
Yes,
at the bottom?
Yes, but I have only, then I can share my screen. Okay, maybe I tried to do it like that. I open it. Sorry. I check if it's working. I don't know, but it's not working here. It's like
Eva, you can take your time to.
Oh yes. I see it. Yeah. It should
here
be.
it is here.
Okay. Yes. Is it visible?
Yes, it is visible. Thank you.
Oh, great. Okay, so I would like to introduce you the project in which I take part on behalf of my university. So I work in the Maria Grzegorzewska University in Warsaw in Poland. And the project is called Green Heat Towards Collaborative Local Decarbonization. So this project is the results of the meeting of following partners who are now the part of the current project consortium. So this is the Institute of Fluid Flow Machinery, Polish Academy of Science, and Koźmiński University, also Polish partner, Norwegian Institute for Air Research, and also Norwegian partner University of Bergen, my university, the Maria Grzegorzewska University from Poland, Center for Social and Economic Research, the institution from Poland, and the Kasa Foundation, also the partner from Polish side. And building on an expert knowledge, our project targets a very specific real-life challenge of extremely bad air quality in residential areas in Poland. So the main objective of the project is to contribute to the elimination of the use of fossil fuel boilers in individual households in Poland by developing effective scenarios for the decarbonization of heating system on a household scale. The residential sector is currently one of Poland's largest emitters, accounting for almost 40% of the country's carbon emissions, according to the official estimates. In Poland, there are still approximately 3 million coal-fired boilers, which pollute the air and emit toxic compounds. There are also approximately 1.3 million gas boilers, but for this stage of the project, we don't take care about it. Of course, there are some programs to support the replacement of fossil fuel boilers, but these are not fully effective. we would like to develop a solution that would help speed up the process of replacing fossil fuel boilers in Poland and make it safe for people and the existing energy system. Because if we will think about these Free Islands boilers, if we will think about 10 years of replacement of them, we have to count that it is 1,000 boilers per day if you would like to exchange them. So it's not very easy thing to do. So our project has two specific objectives. To conduct the selected pilot case in a chosen community in the city of Legionowo and develop tailored business model with specific technology recommendations and in indication of potential investors and sources of financing to support the elimination of fossil fuel boilers. And second objective is to develop the methodology for further future implementation based on procedure during the pilot business case analysis. So we would like to find just the method, how to use it, and then if this method will be proper and will be suited to the needs of the people, then it will be introduced for the other places in Poland. And we would like to make this pilot study in Legionowo. This is the town in Mazovia located more than 20 kilometers to the northeast of the center of Warsaw, so generally near the capital city. And this will allow to plan for the significant rise in low carbon heating and energy efficiency measures needed for Polish municipalities to hit net zero target by 2050. And our consortium will engage with property owners, local authorities, property developers, business and consumers groups to focus on the best steps in specific local areas to tackle heating and to pave a truly participatory and inclusive decarbonization strategy. So we would like to make this process as a co-creation process when everyone who is included in this decision-making process will have the influence on this future universal method. And we include 4 work packages. So the first work package is the transdisciplinary and participatory knowledge production and exchange and pilot of the local decarbonization process. So we make workshops for people and for authorities, and we try to exchange the knowledge and exchange experience and try to get as much information as it is possible about the needs of people and about the factors that can be problematic for the elimination process. And second work package is developing methodology to gather an overview of the technologies, energy supply and demand, and their spatial distribution in selected pilot in Poland, so in this Legionowo case. And next work packages is development of financing schemes and business models, because we know that if we do not provide some grants, some financings to people, then it will be really hard to engage them in the process, and it will be hard for them to change their boilers just by financing them by themselves. And the last work package is system dynamic modeling, identification and exploration of factors and mechanisms, key for elimination of fossil fuel boilers in Poland. And our project approaches the problem in an interdisciplinary way. So we have specialists and experts from different areas, and there are economics, and they have economic backgrounds, technology background, they have social and educational background. And the last thing what I would like to say, that our project is made thanks to the grant that we received from Iceland, Liechtenstein, and Norway. In some part, it is also co-financed from the Republic of Poland. And if you would like to ask more questions, just please write to me. I will give you more detailed information about our project. It will be last till 2024, so we have still some time to finalize the process.
Thank you, Eva. Thank you very much. Now I will invite Prasad. Hello, Prerna. Please take the floor.
Yeah, thank you, Renuka. Thank you so much. I have a PPT to share.
Please do.
Yeah, is the PPT clearly visible?
Yes, clearly visible. Thank you.
Okay, so basically I run a company called EcoPlore, which is a curated marketplace for sustainable hotels. In India, like sustainability in tourism sector is not something which is very common. It's very few people will hardly think that they should consider their carbon emissions while choosing a holiday. So that is something which we are trying to work upon. Just to give a brief idea about my background, I was a journalist for almost 8 years, working with different TV media, the English news channels of India. And then I shifted to entrepreneurship 5 years back. Now, what EcoPlore is? So EcoPlore is an aggregator platform for eco-friendly hotels. And there are two ways by which we differentiate between a sustainable hotel and a regular conventional hotel. So any sustainable hotel in India, at least, they should have these two features. One, that they should be made up of mud, wood, bamboo, stone, or any local architecture, or they should be a heritage building. So no concrete buildings made of cement and brick. Second, that all our hotels have at least 33% minimum tree coverage inside their campus, because greenery is similar to sustainability. You cannot detach both of them. And apart from these two features, there are a lot of other sustainable features which these hotels possess, like they use electronic vehicles, they have solar panels, they have rainwater harvesting, some of them even cook in solar cookers. They don't use any plastic, so a lot of them they use clay and ceramic and things which are more natural. And one more important feature, that we take care of the comfort, hygiene, safety of the customers by visiting every hotel before onboarding it on our platform. And for a customer, so these features are from the sustainability side, but if anybody is planning to go on a holiday, they would obviously look for fun. And from the customer side, they will get an experience of living in a mud, wood, bamboo, stone, and any local architecture, which in India is not very common. People living in cities, they live in apartments and houses made of concrete. And all the properties, all these hotels, they grow their own food. So they have vegetable garden, they have fruit trees, they have herbs. So you get to eat fresh organic food, unlike the restaurant food, which you generally tend to get it during a holiday. And there are a lot of activities like birding, water surfing, hiking, trekking, and many others depending upon the location of the we got this carbon emission calculated by an organization based out of Europe, and found out that any eco hotel which we are promoting, it emits only 9 kg of carbon per room per night, while average hotel, average conventional hotel, it emits 75 kg carbon per room per night, and a luxury hotel emits 1000 kg carbon per room per night. So this is the huge level of difference between carbon emission of the different category of hotels. And as you all know, like we are talking about climate change and sustainability. So in this age, pure water and clean air is something which is the goal of this age. That is the new luxury. So some pictures of the properties which we are promoting. This is a mud house located in one of the states in northern part of India. This is a adventure trekking camp. This is a property based in northeastern part of India. It's located near a national park, and it's completely surrounded by nature with just a small construction which is again made up of natural materials. I was talking about the local grown food. So yeah, if people go in the right season, they can even pluck fresh fruits in their garden and have it. And I think an experience like this, at least in India, it's very difficult to find when you're living in cities. This is just a picture of the kind of food you get at our properties, which are completely home style, not like a restaurant meal. These are some activities which are available in-house. So for at least 2 nights, 3 days, you don't need to go anywhere. And all these places are located near mountain, waterfall, riverside. So they are completely in the lap of nature and not in the towns and cities. So this is like a place where you can just you get out of the stay, and there's a river beside it, and you can just spend like hours over there. Just some stories about some of the eco hotels which we promote. So this place is located in North India, and the story is that the owner just bought this entire hill using all things, and he gave it back to nature. So he did not like touch a single plant, and instead did a lot of plantation of the indigenous native varieties, and just built a single cottage here. And this is the only private property, where a tigress gave birth to 2 cubs 3 years back, and found it safe enough to give birth to her cubs. And there's a water stream flowing nearby, and it's a great example of rewilding. This is a place in eastern part of India, where in the evening there are so many birds on the tree that the tree becomes white instead of green. The picture is not that great, but all the white spots you can see are the birds from that place. And this person is a master grafter, and he has 100 varieties of mangoes, which he is growing in his orchard, and he grows all kinds of indigenous and exotic varieties of herbs, vegetables, fruits, and it's like a tour. So people who live in cities, and the kids especially, who do not know how food grows, or how does a mango tree looks like, or how do you, they have not experienced plucking mangoes or any other kind of fruits or vegetables, they can get to do that over here. This is a picture from a hotel in Oroville, which is a learning center kind of for anybody who is interested in sustainability in India. Some fun factors. So for a guest, we have a lot of unique things which they can do at our places. So for example, the first picture which you see is like a bread which has been baked inside the property, and it is not toasted in a toaster but on a wood fire. So that's something very interesting, and I had been to the place and it was really great. The second picture is from a place where you can view the Himalayan White Mountains and you can have your lunch or dinner. Then you can just relax or have a great view of the forest and read your favorite book. Another picture, the bottom one, is like you're eating local street food in leaves. They are being served in leaves, which is the most eco-friendly plate, you can say. You can even do yoga or any other kind of any wellness activity can be organized at these places. These are great for kids who don't get to experience such kind of things in their cities, and they can experience nature over here. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Prerna, for taking us on to the tour to India. Thank you. So now invite Sinead, Michelle.
Hi, thank you. Okay. Okay, hi, I'm Sinead. So I'm going to do a very short presentation for you today on sustainable last mile delivery. Are drones a more sustainable option? So, sorry, I just get myself sorted here. So I'm Sinead Mitchell, presenting to you today from NUI Galway, so affiliated to the Rhine Institute. So while I wear many hats, as many of you do, and passionate about education for sustainable development and all sorts of different things, on the research side, I'm part of a multidisciplinary research group committed to advanced manufacturing and materials with the focus on sustainability, design, microstructures, mechanics, product and process innovation. And the work that I do is focused mainly on the sustainable aspects of projects. Tackling environmental issues and trying to do things better. So this session is mobilising the power of innovation. So during COVID pandemic, I was proud to say that Ireland has been ranked among one of the best places for innovative solutions for during COVID. I suppose because Galway, the place where I'm from, it played a big part, and it is a global hub for medical technologies with many researchers and many global industries based here, and that's probably the reason for that. But that's not what I'm going to talk to you about today. I'm going to talk to you about one of the projects our research group has just started on. So there is a global call and a shift to more sustainable societies generally. I don't know about you, but I certainly have seen a lot more media attention turn here where it never really was before. So this is good. People want a greener world. And just today, a survey of Irish citizens has revealed that a large majority of Irish people want our governments to do more on climate action, over 80% of the people, which is a massive shift from before COVID times. A very popular climate change communicator in Ireland, has tweeted today that his mind has been blown in that finds that, and mine, that 1 in 3 adults have definitely or probably would engage in non-violent civil disobedience against corporations and government activity, making climate worse. And this rises to 51%. So there's a massive shift, and we can all make a difference in everything that we do. So there's been many aspects that are important and continue to be. And one of these aspects that we are looking at particularly is at getting deliveries to home. So this was an important aspect during COVID. So a lot of people were cocooning and they wanted to have food and medicines or groceries or other essential goods delivered to them. And this is really important, especially for those who were cocooning and who were vulnerable. So the problem that we're looking at in this My Drone project is looking at the traditional platform to consumer delivery services in Ireland and elsewhere. So these are currently done using traditional modes of transport. So the problems are that there are long wait times, mostly in cars or vans at the moment that produce toxic waste fumes. It contributes to traffic. There are various costs, including leasing, purchasing, maintenance costs of big vehicles. Also, we're now in a new low-touch economy. We don't want as many people touching our stuff since COVID. And then there's parking, hazards to deal like potential road traffic collisions, and of course the high labour cost associated with delivery. And in the future, there will be a ban on petrol and diesel cars throughout Europe. Many countries have binding targets to meet, and there is growing demand for these types of services. And the low-touch economy is not going away, and many experts are unfortunately predicting more zoonotic diseases due to biodiversity losses. So our project aims to address all of these problems by scaling up a drone delivery service using advanced manufacturing techniques. So we plan to develop new low-cost, high-performance delivery through advanced manufacturing and new materials that are more sustainable. So it will also result in better delivery times. We all want that. Zero exhaust fumes, no road traffic, potential to develop circular economic solutions. It will have less people touching your stuff, and it will be lower cost. There will be no need to purchase a delivery vehicle and no parking issues. And drones will not be affected by the fossil fuel ban. So it's also supporting national targets on sustainable development goals, emissions, and the circular economy. And businesses will play a key part of global sustainable futures. Small and regional enterprise partnerships like this can support sustainable futures. So the companies that are leading that change that we are working with are planning on disrupting the system. It's an Irish drone company called Mana Aero, who is one of the most advanced globally developed in this area, and an Irish leading composites manufacturing company, working together with academia to solve the issues of new materials and manufacturing processes. And that's it for me. As I said, I was going to be very quick. So thank you. And you can find out more here. Any questions, give me a shout.
Thank you very much, Sinead. Thank you. Now I will welcome Clinton Professor Ekutakpuri. Do we have him? I don't think we are missing him. So that's it really. We have come to the end of the conference. I would like to just invite Josh if he wants to speak as a guest speaker. Dr. Josh Istave. Probably he's not present. Okay, so thank you very much. I think this was a fascinating conference, and I'm very happy. I'm very happy to say that in this closing of this conference that we heard variety of responses as we went through the whole conference. And you must have seen me, I did not say anything about anyone's speeches because I was just surprised. I was like astonished that I can't compare one speech with a speech with another. I cannot say that this was excellent or this was better or this. Every speech was excellent. Every speech was such an interesting, thought-provoking, and like I can't just imagine that what these people have presented today could be a way forward. How should we move forward? There are plenty of responses we have received here. And this is an immense wealth that I have been able to get through this network. And I've been able to share, which I'm really, really proud. Within this 1 year, we have gathered so many people on this stage. I can see people were about 200 people registered to this conference, but I'm sure due to the time and other commitments, they were not able to attend, but they will definitely listen to our YouTube stream, and you will definitely get responses from them. Even if I get responses or questions from them, I will divert them to you, and you all can share your PowerPoints with them. I have taken plenty of photographs during the conference, which I will share with you soon. And I will share this public link. And I am pleased to announce that Dr. Alex Rizzo has given us the free resources of their grounded research hub, which our network will be able to access freely. They have also come up with some other arrangements for our people in network to carry out their PhD and research projects with them. So please come and get in touch with me so that I can direct you. They have offered us special prizes, which I think low and medium income country students and researchers will be able to take advantage of. And I'm looking forward to many, many collaborations going forward in the new year. And I'm so much thank you for all of you to be here, and especially Professor Walter Koffler, who has not got up from his chair since morning. I can understand. And especially everyone who have achieved gold award, congratulations. They have immensely supported me throughout this year, which I'm really, really proud. So thank you very much for giving me such a great pleasure and honor. Thank you.
I think we should say many, many thanks to Renuka. She was able to bring people together. We have never met us, but now we know us, and we know that the linkage between the different scientific and applied aspects is a key to solve the problems in the world. And we should push Renuka for the next conference and to prepare it in the same beautiful and friendship level. I think this is a wish, and I think I'm the oldest in this round, and therefore it is good that I can use the opportunity to speak in the name of the youngsters here, because of the youngsters are the future, and we have to give them helping hands. And at one point was very interesting for me, the title discussion from the south to the north, not only from the north to the south. I think it is very, very relevant to see the balanced situation in our world. And now I wish you also all the best for the different types of ways to shift from one festivity to the next, depending what kind of culture, what kind of society, what kind of belief you have. In all the way, we wish the best. Many thanks. Renuka.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I hope you all have a very good evening or good night wherever you are. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Thank you very much, and bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye, madam.
Bye.
Biplab.
Bye.
Have a good weekend.
I will stop recording.